Good morning and welcome to day 2 of Boat Electrons, hosted by the University of Cape Town, South African College of Music. Our first guest today is James Harrison, a performance student in the jazz department at the College of Music. James has established himself as a performer, improviser, DJ, and I'd say an Ableton specialist in his own right. And I've invited him to speak about his music, speak about his creative processes, what the building blocks that he finds interesting or important in his own work. And we'll start off, having introduced James, by listening to a short clip of his work. Wonderful stuff, James.
Thank
So
you. Yeah.
yesterday we interviewed your colleague Peter Castor about
Yes.
dubstep, and obviously your work is rooted or located in another completely
Yes.
different domain, different sound universe.
Yes.
For a non-specialist like myself, would you mind taking us through some steps? How do you do this?
Perfect. So I think a good place to start is, kind of where does this music sit? Where's this music coming from? You could kind of look at its genre. So I've recently started looking a lot into Martin Stimming, who is a producer from Germany. And his basis is kind of live production, which is, as you could see, my video and the music I'm doing is live production music, and kind of he sits on a line between, you could say, like exploration and house music as well as dance music. So it's a whole jumble of things, which is really great though, and that's why I love him. And his music is, it's not just your typical dance music, a kick on one and a hi-hat on the off beats, and just bringing in all sorts of music. And a big thing about Martin Stimming is he talks a lot about, being influenced. And I think a lot of the time these days, a lot of people are influenced by, who they listen to, who we listen to, things we hear. And that often influences our music and the music we put out. And you find yourself kind of sitting and playing the same music, and there's not much new and exploration. People aren't going off and trying new things. That's really what I wanted to try with this track, was to not listen to something and try replicate it, but to rather sit and try create something of my own. I didn't really know where it was going, but that's the great thing about this kind of music. There are certain elements, especially it being dance music. You want things like a hard driving kick, on all four beats, hi-hat, snare. We also and then I'm currently running in Ableton. That's my DAW. And the great thing about Ableton is it allows me to do this music, makes it really easy. I have all my clips, and to be able to launch those and experiment just makes the process that much easier. And then we have the music creation that I've made.
It's wonderful.
Yes.
So, technically speaking,
Yes.
let's speak about processing, audio sound processing.
Okay.
Do you start with a basic sound that
Yes.
you sample yourself and then build this up by processing and layering from the bottom up, or do you start with a melody, working your way down? How does it work?
Okay. So basically, what I've done with my tracks is, a big thing with Ableton is there's just so much. There are countless samples and instruments and so many things you can try out. And something that I really wanted to try, and something I tried with this program, was using wavetables to create my sound. So my bass, my pads, my arpeggios, that's all wavetables, creating different sounds, playing around with LFOs, your envelopes, all kinds of things. You can go into your attack, delay, decay times, and that's really just built some really cool sounds. And like I said, the whole idea of exploration and not going for your typical upright bass sound, like an acoustic bass sound, but rather trying to find a more electric, kind of a fuzzy bass. And that's what I went to do. So my tracks, usually I'm running about eight tracks in Ableton. So I'd start off with usually a chord progression through pads or an arpeggio. So my first channel is usually, like I said, just running pads. And then I'd like to bring in something just with a bit more movement. So channel 2 would be something sort of to complement that. You don't want something too drastically different coming in so early in the track. And then from there, I'd go and sort of try bringing a bass line, And also something important I find at the bass is your bass line's got to move. You got to be able to sing that bass line. Do 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 do. Something, and that's something very typical of the dance music, house music. It's meant to be catchy, something you can grip to. It gets your body moving, and then from there on, I would go into the percussion side, and that's a big thing. In this music is your percussion, and I'll go into this a bit further on. But the effects you're putting on percussion and what that creates, the kind of sounds you're getting from adding delays and that sort of thing.
Right. I think we said that you had a composition prepared, so we could do some screen sharing, and if you could take us through that, please.
Yes, great, sure. If I can just screen share here. So, if I can, I won't. I'm having one or two issues with my screen share here, but it's not a problem. I'll still play you those samples and examples. So, the first example I've just pulled these out of my track, that I want to show you is the importance of side chaining. And you would have heard in the beginning of my track, the pads that come in. The side chain gives it such a nice effect, such a building effect, and movement to the pads in the beginning. And without that, you often find that your music will be quite, it will be very full, and it's hard to find things to put in there. It takes up your whole frequency range. You have a big fat pad coming in there. So
may I interrupt quickly?
Yeah,
just again for non-technical specialists like myself,
yes.
When we say side chaining, so I have an idea what that is, but I have a suspicion that you young guns understand something different, associate something different to the term.
Yes.
How does it work?
So side chaining is, if you were to be in, I'm going to use Ableton for an example. If you're in Ableton, you bring in your compression, you bring in compression effects, and then there'll be a drop-down menu for side chaining. What side chaining is doing is you can link it to another instrument. So say I'll play you my example just now, and you'll hear that I'll have my pads, and they are linked. They are getting the output compressions being pulled down to the rhythm of the bass drum, and that just creates a really nice rhythmic kind of lilt to the music and creates movement. Once again, just being such an important aspect of this music. And then with the side chaining, you can change things like your ratios. So how much is it affecting that? Because obviously, if you go too much, it's going to be too obvious, too overpowering. But if you find a nice balance, and then you can swap between, normally I would suggest sticking to something like I've done and go for like a kick drum where it's a constant rhythm, constant lilt through, because you can do things like hi-hats and all sorts of other instruments and whatever other instruments you want to link that to. But the problem is that could become a bit too busy and feel a bit out of time. So I'm going to play you here. The first example is going to be no side chain on it, and then I'll slowly bring in the side chain and then add ratio, and you'll see a bit of movement coming in there. So here we go. So this is with no side chain. So you can hear those pads are just running straight through. And then you can hear it's almost bouncing those pads.
Marek, I need to be on screen.
So once again, you can hear again there's no side chain taking part at the moment. So they've both got their time and their place. This is definitely you can create quite a calm, laid back feel with this, and now you're going to hear it coming back in, and just the movement that creates that side chain.
Right.
Without too much happening, you can. It's almost like you want to get moving really.
Yeah. I'm bobbing, but my legs are bobbing down here. So what you're saying is there's this dialogue between the bass line, so which is pitch classes, basically a walking bass or a sequence that repeats.
Yes.
But there's also bass content that's associated or generated by the low percussion sounds like kick drum.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Exactly.
Okay, but you only sidechain the kick and not
the kick.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Right.
So, I mean, that's up to you, and you can even go as far to if you go into further settings. I mean, it gets a bit more advanced, but you can start going into in your drum rack. You can sort of go. If you've got a drum rack in Ableton that's playing through your percussion, you can go in and you can pair it to a wood block if you want,
Right.
Something really specific, and that can often create such a big difference. Something that they're not expecting. That could also be really cool to try out and experiment. Like I was saying with Ableton, it's just to try as many things as you can. Try.
Right.
If it doesn't work, you can take it back. You can
Right.
set it back to zero. Nothing's going to happen.
That's another characteristic of you young guns, is that you're not afraid of anything. You just do it, and there's always a backspace. Command Z works very well. Okay, so we've spoken a little bit about low frequency stuff, and you mentioned the word pads. So 60s, early 70s, analog electroacoustic music, one associates pads with like string imitation or string pad-like sounds. In your music, is it a similar case? Is the purpose of these pads to add like the string instruments or body of string instruments to the music?
Yes, exactly. So, and like I was saying before with the bass, is to go and get just strings. I'm going to sound like just like I've got strings. There's nothing wrong with that, but to be able to create something, I try to have almost like an electric feel, sort of tension to my strings, and those pads, add like you're saying, we've heard it previously through generations of music, dance music from way before, and just adds so much to it, so much space. And it also just forms a really good basis of which you can build above, and then it's really cool. I'll show you now. Mm-hmm. I've got, in terms of low pass filters and using those pads with a low pass filter, because it's so well, it's spread out. You can fill out such a sound spectrum with them that it becomes really cool for wanting to do effects and things. You can cut off those high frequencies, and if you were to only have, say, a saxophone and you're cutting that off, you're not going to have much sound left. Whereas you can still have that side chain wilting sort of sound in the lower frequencies, and that's quite useful.
Right. I love the word wilting sound. That's very well described. So sequential bass movements, repetition, so a pattern that's set up, it does its thing. We've got the percussion instruments doing their thing. Then above that, we're filling up the frequency domain with some pad-like sounds. Melody, what do you do?
So melody for me is, I am wanting to bring in the live aspect, and that's myself on my saxophone, and that's something I'm really aiming to do. And it's not widely seen in the in the dance music industry, to be more specific. In terms of like your house music, your techno especially, there's not much happening in techno music. Guys will be playing a DJ set, and there'll be a trumpet busy blowing out, but it's coming through the speakers. No one's playing that,
Oh, right.
That's pre-recorded. And I've found it just adds, firstly, an aesthetic, from an aesthetic point of view. It looks cool, I think it just looks really cool. But then there's just so much space to change things, and you know, I play I play DJ sets, live DJ sets with a DJ. You know, we've got a partnership, and we've played at a couple festivals in and around the Western Cape, and you know, it's so much fun to be able to create my own thing on top of there, and be able to read the people and change your music as to, you know, what's happening. And that's once again the great part about, you know, what I'm doing with my music and the live production is there's, like you're saying, you know, what are you doing melody wise and things. I can decide there and then. And the nice thing about having this live production setup is it's not in the sense like if you're playing with a DJ and the build-up's going to happen at this time, and this is going to happen there,
yes,
there. You know, if I get into something, so like the sax you would have heard me playing in the recording, I took as long as I was feeling to play that. You know, there's no strict, you know, boundaries of, you know, your melody must be 2 phrases long, and you must change that there, and sort of thing. So I try to focus, yes, mainly with saxophone on the melody, but then, you know, sometimes it's also cool to bring in something like you know, you could have a synth playing up top, or, you know, just to add another element, but to be conscious of not filling up that range too much, because that can become very muddy and you know, sort
saturated.
Saturated, very much so, and kind of take the effect away from the sax.
Right. So you have to hold back a little bit, and it's like adding spice. But now you're a jazz major, saxophone first instrument.
Yes.
Listening to your music and listening to the previous clip, I had the impression that improvisation played an important role. But I'm curious, if one is training to become a jazz saxophonist, you are mastering standard repertoire, standard performance practice, etc. Do you apply that straight, the knowledge you've gained and the skills, you know, your chops, do you apply them in an unchanged manner to what you're doing when you're improvising on a Saturday night over your Ableton project, or do you slip into another mindset, another mode of performance, saxophone performance?
So there definitely is a link. There's definitely, you can bring it out, and sometimes it's really cool to do, especially in those you listen to who am I thinking of, Camilo Culture. If you go, it's a producer, and he's got this one track that he brings out, and he's got a trumpeter that comes in, and it's a like your normal techno, you know, I say standard, I don't know. Kind of that, just standard techno, and he brings out this trumpeter. I've tried to find out who it is, but it's quite hard. He doesn't say anyway who this trumpeter is, and he brings out this trumpeter, and it's, you see, often there's like the pop side, and then there's the jazz side, and sometimes, you know, that the pop side, sometimes you want to stick more diatonically, so, you know, pertaining to your key,
right?
And sometimes to go too far, you know, into the jazz side and start bringing too much blues and that sort of thing. You know, a lot of people talk about the blues notes, you know, your flat and third, and that sort of thing. Sometimes bringing that in can kind of tear away, because a lot of your dance music productions will mostly be diatonic, and they don't often, you know, shift away. You know, guys often talk about the standard pop 1-4-5. Right. So there's definitely a connection. I think the main connection would be the dexterity, you know, the chop, as you say, you know, being able to burn through lines, because obviously, you know, you don't want to be playing da da
right.
You know, and then a tough part with the studying the jazz, you know, studying bebop. You know, I'm studying bebop at the moment, bebop saxophone, which is a very quick chromatic style, whereas when I'm playing more this kind of music and with the DJs, I'm trying to play something, you know, I try to focus on short melodic cells and something singable. You know, that's my best thing. I think if I'm playing something and I'm standing up there and I'm playing something out on the sax, and I can see people going da 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 da, you know, it's something like but exactly like that what I just sang. You know, something catchy. You know, like a short melodic, nothing too hectic. And I think that you've got to be you've got to be conscious about that and not go too far, because
Yeah.
practicing the jazz so much every day and all of that, it's very easy just to break into some lines and some chops that you've learned.
Right.
But just trying to be more melodical,
Yeah.
use your ear, read it, and see it
Yeah,
go.
yeah, yeah. I think you pointed to a couple of very interesting things there. I associate the freedom of improvisation built on the skills that one have mastered and the technique one has built up. I think that's such an empowering thing to take to your Ableton live
Yes,
performance scenario. I mean, in terms of instruments, so
yes.
do you specialize in tenor sax or alto sax?
So I'm a alto saxophonist.
Okay.
So alto saxophonist, and then we do some. A part of our degree is piano, jazz piano.
Uh-huh.
So that does help a bit. It's you don't want to be playing those 1-4-5s.
Fair enough. Yeah.
You don't want to be. That's my whole thing, is to kind of create a new kind of break away and see what we can, because there's not much in this field, that I'm doing with
Right.
the live sax and thing. So piano, and then other things are just but to be honest, a lot of it is trial and error, and a lot of people
Yeah.
are scared to do that and to start producing. But it's just a little trial and error, try some things out, like we said before. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And also just using your ear as well. I do that a lot. For instance, with my bass lines, is I'll play the pads and maybe a kick or something,
Yeah.
and then I kind of think, what would be a cool bass line? Dum dum dum,
Yeah.
dum dum dum, and then then I'll use my ear. It once again connects to my music training,
Yeah.
jazz ear training and all sorts of things.
Yeah.
And figure that out, and don't be so specific on, oh, this is a 2 chord, it must have this, or this is a dominant 7th, it must have that.
Right.
A lot of kind of freedom just to create.
Yeah. You mentioned the bass line now and how you interact with it, how you are, creative thoughts almost triggered and stimulated
Yes.
by this fundamental movement. But I
Yes.
sense the same thing in your melodic. In the playing of the melodic
Yes.
instrument, is that you're in touch with what's happening in the top frequencies in your mix, in your playback or your Ableton project. You're in touch with that, and it's like you set up a dialogue with that
Yes.
frequency domain, the top,
Yes.
the higher frequencies.
Yeah.
But I also find that you're clever enough to leave enough space for your sax performance. So you're very much in
Yes.
tune with where's this instrument going to fit,
Yes. Yes.
and you don't clutter that space too much. No? So Ableton is your preferred DAW. That's your primary tool. No?
Yes.
Um,
I think just with that, a big part of that in Ableton, and possibly why I've gone into it, is now I think it's great. There's so many other DAWs. We're looking at Pro Tools. Even things that aren't as expensive and still really good. Like, Logic X Pro. There's tons out there. But a big thing for me was the Ableton Push, that just kind of allows you to, and something I'm going to go back to Martin Stimming. Something with him again was just to get away from the computer. A lot of producers these days, and then like I was saying again, is not being so strict on, okay, like looking there, where's that landing, whatever. I put my computer to the side and I have my Ableton Push, which has got all my clips, and I can launch all my clips from there as well as create on it. And that's the great thing about the Push. And it has got a screen, which I do. I use when I'll get to my low pass filters just now, and that's really great with the Push. Is you can see it and the dials to be able to change it. So that's a great creation, and that's mimicked straight onto your screen, onto your session view. So that session view with Ableton. And then when it comes to creation, I mean, how I create things, once I've kind of, so a lot of people build tracks and they get to a climax point, and it's like, where do I go now? The tracks, I built it up, I brought everything in. Where do I go? How to create change? And that's what's great with Ableton, is you can stop tracks, you can bring in tracks, So, I mean, I would suggest to anyone trying to build tracks, trying to create this kind of music, you can cut things out and just try. Once again, just the whole experimental, point of it. And that's what's great with Ableton. Why I love using Ableton.
Right.
It's just that the live production element, to be able to do that.
I wonder if we can listen to some more music, Marek.
Yes. Great.
So clip number 2 now. It's wonderful stuff. Marek, I'd like to continue with a couple of questions. There we go. Do you tend to keep the sampled saxophone melodic material untreated once you've sampled it, and then you jam with the other stuff and the other instruments, other frequencies?
So bringing in the saxophone, unfortunately, I don't know if it's my recording abilities being questioned, or my microphone. Still trying to figure that one out. But I do add some basic things. I'll EQ the sax, just try. Because it's not going to sound, okay, maybe I think it's my microphone. It's not going to sound as nice as when you face to face, just trying to get that warmth, the fullness of the horn. So adding small things like EQ, just to, sometimes there's some quite high frequencies that seem to come through often with the sax. So it's kind of just to cut those up, but only at the very top. And then, bit of delay, reverb. And then maybe a bit of for this track I just played now, I kind of wanted a bit extra. It's kind of got a bit of a different sound, and that was achieved. I used chorus, a chorus effect for that. Kind of creates a bit more electric. And I've been experimenting a lot, as you probably heard throughout this. There's that like kind of electric feel. I don't know, it's something about electricity that just like it's just kind of a warmth that. And then I think it's something that I'll definitely get into. Is starting to affect the sax and changing the sax, and maybe a great thing with like I was saying, the push as well is you can actually slice your audio. And I mean, for the people watching, you don't really know what that entails. So it will take it. Ableton will take your audio and kind of cut it at transients, your highest frequency peaks. And cut it up, and then you can create some really cool things, like I do with my more percussive things, like my drums and my hi-hats. You can close them in and add delay, and that could maybe create some really cool build-ups, and there's endless possibilities. But I think sometimes with this, that's one thing with the live production, is sometimes you wish you had a third hand. Like that's the thing for me. You'll see sometimes I'm like spreading my fingers across the board trying to slide down. So they are, you see, this is where it becomes I wouldn't say tricky, but you can set automations. So Ableton's automations are great. You can set in the session view, which is your mixer view. You can set up scenes so that they will move down, say, after four bars. But then the thing I'm finding with that is, if I'm playing, once again, like I was saying, I wish I had a third hand that could stop the audio or something. But by adding in, you've got to be careful with those automations, because if you're late with something else, you can miss an automation, and then you don't know what might happen to your track. So for now, I've just been leaving the sax, kind of let it play as the melody and become the melody, and rather change and add things around that. But I don't know. I think I definitely look into that. There's some cool effects like harmonizers, all sorts of things that you can. I mean, endless possibilities that you can.
Oh, that's the beauty of of technology.
Yes.
So you're in dialogue with a laptop with Ableton. You're solo performing, but the integrity of the entire performance is sort of guaranteed, because you're interacting with the software and the hardware.
Yes.
Do you also play in an ensemble or with a performing partner, or is this really just a solo project that you engage with?
So with this live production stuff, this is a solo project at the moment. I haven't done many. I mean, I may have done one or two small performances with this. So at the moment, still getting into it. Not wanting to, I don't want to go out with not enough, and I think I think first impressions are a big thing. I am releasing, straight like these videos that I've made, that sort of thing. But because I'm creating my own music, I don't have enough to play a full set, unfortunately, at the moment. But something I'm working towards. But then the more the DJ sets I'm doing, that's a duo. My partner, he'll DJ. But then the thing with that is there's no. Yes, you can say DJ is there's creation of the music. He's mixing, merging tracks, but fundamentally it's not original. And I'm wanting to play my music and go into that. And with my sax, like we were chatting about earlier, is I can kind of go off and explore. I'd actually posted that video, those two videos on my social media, and actually called them Exploration, because it was just kind of I think that's also important, is not to have a set. I mean, there's a time and place to have a set idea of what you want to create, but also to kind of see, where's this going. And that's once again why I'm loving this setup that I'm currently playing, is like those drops, or start taking away things or adding in things in that music. I mean, I'm I hadn't planned that. So, it's
Right.
kind of, because I don't know how long that sax loop's going to be. I don't know where that's going to end up, where we're going to be on the, I try to keep it sort of on the chords, I'll say, okay, I'll start on chord 2 and end on chord 2 so that your sax loop will then fit again. That is important. Otherwise, if it starts looping again, it could land up being off the chords, and that could become a bit messy. But at the moment, the production stuff is by myself. My DJ partner doesn't produce yet, but we will we'll get there, because that would be great. And I think that's the end goal, and we both discussed it. Would be to be able to create our own musical. Even what would be fantastic just to get us going, you can pair them. Having the effects, adding things like percussive effects. You added bass lines, added kicks, but I think mainly the percussion will play a big part. But you can add this live element, to you can plug it into a set of CDJs, DJ controllers, and that could be a really nice kind of merge of the two. You're taking the technology production side and the DJ side and kind of putting them together with the live sax. I mean, I think it would just, I think it'd be really cool. So
you are on Spotify and iTunes.
I'm on SoundCloud, but not we haven't done. See, because something that I've also kind of worked on is for this for the purpose of this chat and this presentation, I created those tracks, but you can see they're slightly longer. I think the one was close on 5 minutes. So I like the idea of, once again, stimming. I like the idea of having sort of a work as opposed to a singular track, and then put that aside, next track. And you can have, I mean, there's many artists who put out albums who that they consider a work, and everything will sort of be related. But where I'd want to get to is almost releasing a set, and that's what we've done with the DJ, with myself and my partners. And that's why we're not on things like Ableton and Spotify. Is we're putting out 45-minute set. We put out a whole mix, because for me it's a whole flow. You'll come in, you build it up, sax comes up, and you bring in the next element, and it's just like it's a constant flow, and that's what I want.
Oh man, I think we dropped a signal. Okay, cool. Let us just see if we can close. Oh, sorry about that, James. I don't know whether it's the network. Anyway,
no problem.
Please, pray continue.
Oh yes, so my way forward with this music production would be and once again Ableton's great session layout is how you can go down, and that would be my goal, is to be able to have tracks. So how a lot of people are laying it out in Ableton is they almost have the first scene. So I mean they call them scenes, would be your horizontals and then your tracks down. A lot of guys would go and they'd put intro to your first track, intro to the first track, and you have all your instruments lined up, and you can almost have a build up and then a mid section and then a takedown, kind of a build down, and then your next section straight below. So it kind of becomes like almost like what a DJ would do. You'd slowly mix in the high and the low of the one track, or maybe two percussive elements that they share that are fairly similar. But it's that I'm talking about with a connection. So kind of it flows straight through, but also with the ability to, with the live production, to be down in my 7th song and say, you know what would sound really cool is that bass line from song 3.
Yes.
And you can pull that straight down and put that in, and that's just if I were to re-record what you've just watched, it would probably sound quite different. In terms of my sax, I mean, I don't know, it's what I'm feeling. Often musicians think like it all depends on what you're feeling, and I think it's true. It's how I'm interpreting the music at
Right.
that time.
Right.
So way forward would be kind of works and going for my main thing is live performance though. I would love to do that, and then of course I would record sets and kind of post them up. But I think a big part of it for me is other people's enjoyment and seeing them enjoy my music.
Absolutely.
So.
And we certainly have enjoyed. Mr. Harrison, yet again, some more proof that all good things come from UKZN.
Yes.
James, thank you so much for your time. We really do appreciate your efforts, and I hope that we can speak again in the near future.
Great. Thank you for having me.
Righto. Bye.
All the best. Thanks. Cheers.
Our next guest is Ulrich Süßer, who has collaborated with Maciej Walczyk in creating a number of artworks over the last couple of decades, actually more than 10 years. I think you've been working together, the two of you. And Ulrich is an well-established figure in the South African electroacoustic music scene. Our relationship goes back to our days at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, where I was a student. Arrived there after Ulrich had already left, but I experienced the fruits of his labors because I was able to work in the studio that he had set up and worked in or expanded along with Jürgen Bräuninger, another of his pupils. So Ulrich, thank you very much for making time and being with us today. The way in which we proceed is having introduced you, I'll hand over to you, and then we'll be discussing some of your more recent collaborations with Maciej, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, I think I also start with the development, which has to do also with KwaZulu-Natal and New York and the synthesizers. And we'll see how we go from there.
Sure.
I was just recently asked about the origins in South Africa, and guess what? I found something in my library. It's a handbook of synthesizer, like we had the ARP, and there the explanations just to show you how that looks like. We all thought that's a whole new age.
Sorry for interrupting, Ulrich. Can we just turn your screen slightly up? So can we other direction, please? That's better. Thank you.
Anyhow, that's just an impression what I now would call hardcore electronic. We believe we had to learn everything from scratch. There is no tone anymore. There's no pitch because that's not precise. A high or low pitch, what is that? But if you say it has a frequency and an amplitude and all of this new terminology, and it started in the 50s, and this, like we're talking now about the synthesizer, is the 70s. But the synthesizer you refer to in Durban was already found by myself in a museum in 1985 in Sydney. So that's how quickly that period goes. But I would like to just play an example from that period. If you play the first example on YouTube, it's Kontakte by Karl-Heinz Stockhausen, made in 1960.
Man sie wieder als einzelne Impulse wahrnimmt.
And he used that example as in a whole booklet and lecture about 4 criteria of electronic music. I won't go into that in detail, but I have another excerpt where he explains it in gesture and in English 12 years later, 1972, in London. If you could play the second example, please.
Leave the lights on, please. Yes.
Rightio. Ulrich, we're live.
Yeah. Okay, so you have an idea what I call hardcore electronics. He explained there how a tone becomes a rhythm, and then it goes beyond our hearing, and it comes up again and becomes a color and so on. That's not important for our purposes now. But it was a time where the rationale thought it could explain everything, and it went into a whole chain of what one call information theory, based on formula from the 1930s by David Birkhoff, who said the aesthetic measurement M equals O through C, equals order through complexity. And we believed that we could grab quality and give it a number, and or a visual aspect, like my later colleague Rainer Wehinger did with a score by Ligeti. He put a electronic piece of Ligeti called Articulation into a score. I just play a short excerpt of that.
Yes.
Yes. But already at that time, we had the feeling that feeling might also mean something. And I got very touched by a piece by Luciano Berio called Visage, and would like to just play an excerpt of that, which is totally different from the hardcore as I know.
Non te posso
But here, I can't hear the example. That's why you have to tell me when it's finished.
Rightio.
Okay, here. Okay, much later, when we didn't separate electronic from other music, but said it's also music. And like here you can compare a transition from crying to laughter, and then from the voice into electronic spots. And much later I thought, okay, it sounds not much different from a deceptive cadence in a Mozart piano concerto. Tell you that a deceptive cadence is if you go from 5 not to 1 but to 6 and borrow it from the minor key. In our case, I play you an example of D major where the dominant goes to a B flat major. Next example, please.
Is that your favorite recording, Ulrich, of the Mozart?
Well, just of that spot for the deceptive cadence. It's better than Lang Lang or somebody else. I mean, these days you can check 10 different pianists if you want.
Absolutely, yeah. Sorry, but I interrupted your line of thought.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I can get back to it easily. Well, and now for the sake of demonstrations, I put the both on top of each other, and it was a farewell gift for my colleague Helmut Lachenmann. We always talked because he did never do electronic music. He's a different generation. He's 10 years older than me, and doing very fine also without electronics. But it was a nice gift. So if you can play the CD spot, the first CD.
Interesting.
Yeah. Then you hear the deceptive cadence on that bridge where the crying goes into the laughter. Yeah. So at that point, later when I retired and was in Durban, I met a doctor who told me he found out that in life, the ratio, the thoughts and the rationale we have and we think is so high and important is actually less important than the feeling. The feeling is for him dominating.
Yes.
And I suddenly saw things and thought, oh my God, yes, I know so many intelligent people who know so much about music and also good music and quality, but when they write their own music, it doesn't sound so good. How come? And I get it, even about my own music, I say, hey, if you're really honest, that wasn't so good. But when I wrote it, I had this feeling of writing it, and it was more important than reflecting about it or analyzing it or so, So I learned a lot. And I found sometimes you have to get old to find out things. About electronic music, the most boring thing I found, if you have a loudspeaker doing something. I mean, that's just... but that, and then if it's 4 loudspeakers or rotating, that was terribly important. and it's left or right, the first ping pong piece and so on, that has lost all its importance anyhow. So if you can and you want to use a loudspeaker, use also a person who plays with it, a live person, an instrumentalist, a singer, or a whole group or something. And if it's unavoidable, maybe add, and there we come to the visuals, add visual elements, because they have become a force which are much stronger than sounds only. And it has begun maybe in the 80s, where video was available to the common man. Everybody could have video at home.
Right.
And today you can even manipulate pictures, and it's quite easy. And so I started to add visuals if possible. That's where I also work together with Maciej. And especially if you cannot be present at each performance. And before we come to that, I found in the late 90s a way of adding electronics to existing play.
Right.
But the best is if the existing play is live and improvised. I don't know how I got to it, but I had to teach jazz students harmony and melodies and theory. And at some point I said, hey, let's record something. There were 2 guitarists and 2 saxophonists. And then I went to the studio and made sounds out of it. And then we had a concert. Yeah, the one saxophonist forgot that the date, so it was only 3 people. It didn't really matter. And funny enough, Rainer Wehinger, who made the score of Articulation we just had seen, he was present there because he was the head of the department at that point. And he came to me afterwards and said the only thing, how did you do this? And I would just like to play you one example of one of the sounds I did then in 1998 and used it often later. If you play the +1, number 12, please.
+1.
Does it go? Beep, beep, beep?
Indeed.
Ah, yeah. Because up here where I am, I can't hear it. Okay. And now we play it as it is used in a ensemble. So the next, it's about 2 minutes, the next spot.
Right. Coming up. Fascinating, Ulrich. Really interesting.
Towards the end of this last example, there are two more spots which I will play singularly. If you just play the next 2 half-minute examples in sequence.
Right.
And remember what we just heard. But in all of that, what I was never concerned was I made sounds which I wouldn't say are perfect, but you can listen to them as an event, and say, okay. But often, especially in Germany, you hear things like nobody has ever written a more perfect piece than Johann Sebastian Bach. Each note has its meaning, its sense, and people forget how in America they put percussion underneath it, or add to it, and there's never a good argument against this real perfection of Bach. Till about a few years ago, I found out the following, and just want to that you hear the example from YouTube number 6.
Number 6 coming up. Something completely different.
Yeah, I was misleading. My comment was a different one. I know now because I can't hear the example, but now I did. No, that is when electronics and live sound don't mix so perfectly that you cannot differentiate it. Here you could differentiate
Yes.
the live saxophone and what is made electronically, and then they melt. I had forgotten about that example. That's why my talk referred to the next example about Bach, and I just want you to listen to that.
Rightio.
Ah, that's fine. Yeah. So that is Bach himself. He added to his own Brandenburg number 3. He added 5 voices, 5 the ones who blow, and they are not just accompanying; they have own voices. So he added on his what we always think is the perfect piece.
Yes.
No. It can be added and extended.
Right. Ulrich, continue.
Yeah. No. At that observation gave me even more freedom. I took the freedom before because I was very, in my musical life, sympathetic to John Cage.
Yeah.
Except that I couldn't find the music as I found it, and often called it Cage's Cage of Freedom.
So.
If you let everything be totally free, then you lose a bit control over what we used to call musical quality or something. But I'm still a big admirer of his philosophy, and
right.
And he worked together with, as we know, with Merce Cunningham in dance and other artists, and that is for me quite a good way of doing, because these days, if you observe the world and see the Nobel Prize in chemistry or physics is really never given to one guy, but at least 2 guys, if not 3 guys. Even if you watch a chess championship, you see 2 people playing against each other, but there are a whole team of analysts in their background.
Sure, yeah.
And so on, So we spread our contacts and
right.
Yeah.
On that point, if I may interrupt, Ulrich,
Yeah.
So you're referring to collaboration. In other words, in many different disciplines, there are minds at work that team up to attain an outcome. So if I understand it correctly, this collaboration with your colleague from Poland, was it a case, so the music we're going to be listening to in the concert, the audiovisual works, was it a case of you supplying a soundtrack or a complete composition and then asking him to add a visual component to this? Or how did this work in terms of the collaboration between the two of you?
Yeah, the older pieces which I did in New York in the 70s, I just gave him in terms of trusting his inspiration.
Yes.
And the other one with the Whispers, we had worked together on a piece about the civil war in Mozambique, where a woman wrote a book about it, Wind of the Apocalypse, and I did a piece involving my system +1 by adding visual things, which Maciej did, and changing the sound, which Matthias Schneider did, whom you know. And I had on stage 2 instruments. I couldn't find timbila, which is the original instrument in Mozambique. But we had a kora, which is a string instrument from West Africa, and the usual drummer. And it was a a collective performance of about 45 minutes.
Right.
And I think from that one, he got the idea of the whispers, because I used the language of the book in a similar way like Luciano Berio used Visage or Omaccio a Choice in the same year, about 1960. And that was for me a very, very good way of working together.
Right. Right.
Because one must know, in the 60s and 70s, we were not really informed very much. And we didn't believe what was told us, that this is a new age and all that. We did. I believed Luciano Berio is an electronic music composer till I studied with him in New York and found out that 90% of his work is instrumental. Karl-Heinz Stockhausen gave up with Mantra. He gave up electronics to develop it and went into his opera.
Right. Right.
And but now it's very good that we can, with a few links in the computer, get informed about things, and that's
Right, right. So what I find fascinating about that is the fact that a composer like yourself is very thoroughly well grounded in tradition. Your training as a church musician, harmony, counterpoint, performance, organ performance, etc., etc., and then you extend from there to entrust somebody to work in a different medium. To create a collaborative work for which you've supplied the sonic element, the sound content, the soundtrack. I find that quite fascinating because I would have expected that one is insisting on having like control over the complete creative process. Yet you don't shy away from handing over to your colleague.
Right. I mean, I do have a lot of trust, but my way of composing also scared a lot of people, including my mother.
Yeah, that's important. Now, mothers must like one's music.
She thought I'm a church musician. I wouldn't exclude that.
Yeah, well,
play in the church.
I think the church needs more church musicians, Ulrich. Right.
And I even wrote a piece for 2 organs and electronics. In Nuremberg, there are 2 organs, and I did the sketches in C point here. There's and I call it Randerscheinungen. Rand from Witzwortes Rand. Rand being also a side product, more or less, as you know, if you haven't forgotten your German.
Right. Fascinating stuff. To go back to the introduction to your talk, or your first points about information theory, etc., were you at any point in contact with Max Benzer, Frieder Nake, that whole school of information aesthetics that was very, very well established in the early 60s in Stuttgart?
Yeah. It was already a bit after that time. But I did give a course at the architects at the university, which were right at the information center.
Right.
And it played a big role. They didn't say M equals O through C. They replaced O and C order and complexity with redundance and used more fancy words. And I was reading one doctor thesis, and my teacher, Karl Koschka, whom you know very well, he was a big fan of that. And he tried to do it in terms of writing a book about analysis, where we, about 6, 7 of us made analysis of musical pieces of the time.
Right.
which looked like architectural buildings. And,
Yeah.
were very sophisticated, and I had a piece by Carlos Roque Alsina. He's native Argentine who I think lived in France. He's still alive. I googled him later. And I went with the analysis to him to Berlin and showed it to him. He only laughed.
So, yeah, well.
No, he didn't write the piece for that analysis.
Right.
But also didn't say you shouldn't
Right.
analyze it.
Right.
But you should not just come to a conclusion what he meant. But on the other hand, if you leave a piece free to perform, then there can be such and such conclusions,
Yeah. So we're talking about notation as well.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Professor Karkoschka, whom I greatly admire.
Sorry.
I have a sense that you, for many decades, have been freely experimenting with sound, the creative side of composition. How does that reflect in the manner in which you've notated your scores?
Well, it reflected that I used color. I used numbers, and often they look like drawings. Or if it helps, it can be very concrete. Like I had a piece with a loudspeaker which had eye bulbs with little bulbs in it. So you can draw this, and then it becomes really clear what I mean. So anything which helps for better understanding is welcome. For me, I like to present understanding and not confusion. But I also like to experiment, and I have done pieces where you can't say what it is. The piece with the jazz players, where the musicians are 32 jazz figures, and they play a jazz piece, which was really played, and then improvised, playing a new piece live.
Right.
It was about 1.5 hours performance. And you couldn't say afterwards, was it a theater piece? Was it a piece of music? Or what was it? Actually, the first game the jazz players played was a really played piece between Ravel and a Russian composer whose name I forget now.
Mussorgsky?
Mussorgsky, no, it was a bit later. And of course the Russian one.
Okay. Yeah, that composition was called Schacht im Dreiklang, correct?
Good, yes, check the triad,
Yeah. What I found very impressive was the staging of, I think it was the first performance was in Stuttgart in, can you remember the venue?
Theaterhaus,
yes.
Stuttgart-Wangen, when it was in Stuttgart-Wangen, the Theaterhaus.
Yeah.
We used 2 rooms. The jazz figures which got beaten, they went into the second room and made a counter music to the one in the first. And then we had video, we had a commentator, we had a boxing world championship guy who played against a woman who was Woman of the Year in what do the American Penthouse or something in the year 84 or so. So she was a beauty queen actually. So we mixed all kinds of things.
It's just a very dynamic social commentary that was played out on a chessboard, and that is really fascinating. But what I'm really stimulated about is the fact that you quite clearly view technology and the potential to use technological tools or technical tools to compose. You view that from a non-commercial perspective, or you utilize the tools with no regard. I don't mean that in a negative sense, but no regard to commercial viability or applicability. The market doesn't play such an important role in your work.
Yeah, not at all.
Right.
It,
Ulrich, I think unfortunately we've a little low on time
yeah,
here.
yeah.
But it's been an extremely interesting conversation,
Mm.
a view, a window on a generation of composer and on practices that we have actually not experienced very much. Just finally, are there any performances scheduled of your work quite soon here in South Africa?
Not really because of the virus.
Uh-huh.
We had a concert planned in Durban to think of Jürgen Bräuninger because he died last year. And there are so many cancellations that I'm not even
Yes.
thinking about. I only regret younger people who have scheduled performances which cannot be
Indeed. Yes.
done. I'm still busy putting older pieces I did in a certain form on YouTube,
Right.
so they can survive and be stellvertretend for a performance.
Right. A substitute for the
Substitute for,
performance.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uri, thank you so much for your time. We
Pleasure,
do appreciate it very, very much.
pleasure. Great for
And
this
you are
conference.
re-invited to Boat Electrons 2021.
Pardon?
You are invited to Boat Electrons
Oh, wow.
2021.
Great. Thanks a lot, Peter.
We will have a short break to prepare our next presentation. It's now 2 minutes before 12 local time, South Africa. Please allow us 10 minutes or so to get set up. Merel van Nooy is a very dear colleague here at the College of Music. And Merel and I, if I may share a little anecdote, go back quite a number of years. When I arrived at UCT, Merel van Nooy is and I, dear colleague here at the College of Music. Right, we've got a technical glitch. If I may share a little anecdote, go back quite a number of years. When I arrived at UCT, is I, dear colleague here at the College of Music. Right, we've got a technical glitch. If I may share a little anecdote, go back quite. Right, we're back live. To share a quick anecdote, when I arrived at UCT, Merel assisted me with establishing a music technology department, and over the last couple of years she's been a very helpful, trusted colleague, actually in a way the backbone to many of the activities that we are establishing at the College of Music. Fortunately or unfortunately, Merel now is a lecturer in the jazz department where she's continuing her work. Assisted me with establishing a music technology department, and for the last couple of years she's been a very we have good colleague. Similar little glitch. Many of the activities that we are establishing at the College of Music. Fortunately, Merel, can you please stop monitoring the live feed? Is a lecturer in the jazz department. She's continuing to work. Assisted me with establishing a music. So, third time lucky. Merel, how are you doing? Merel? Merel, can you please stop monitoring the live feed?
Would you like
Jazz department. She's continuing to work. Assisted me with establishing a music.
I'll mute my mic. Can you hear me?
Merel?
Hi.
Merel, can you please stop monitoring the live feed?
Can you hear me?
Merel?
Hi.
Merel, can you please stop monitoring the live feed? One, two, test.
Hello?
I've got your audio and video feed, Merel.
Hello? Hello?
Right, are we live?
Can you hear me?
I've got Merel.
One,
two, test.
I can hear you.
Merel, can you hear me? One, two. Okay.
The
Got
delay.
your audio and video feed, Merel.
Hello? Hello?
Right, are we live?
Hello?
Do you have her phone number?
Apologies. Can you hear me?
Completely open only one instance of the fucking Chrome.
So, Meryl, you have a number of instances of Chrome open.
Not that. Okay, let me do that again. Not that I'm aware of.
But we are live, and I think we can shoot. Radio! Fourth time lucky. Meryl, trusted colleague at the College of Music, University of Cape Town. We have worked very diligently, I believe, together to establish the fledgling tech department, and currently Meryl lectures in the jazz department. Since the beginning, since the start of 2020, Meryl is now also performing much more than she used to do. Meryl, thank you for taking time to speak to us. I have a sense that you would like to reflect on how interesting a year it has been to establish, a new approach to your work, jazz lecturing in many different subdisciplines, and the challenges or the curveballs that we've subsequently been thrown because of COVID-19. Is that correct?
Hi. Yeah, thanks. Can you hear me?
Indeed, all good.
Developing glitches. I'm not sure what was happening. But if it's from my side, I'm really sorry about that. Yeah, it's been a tough year, I guess, for everybody. We're all a little bit frazzled in a sense and tired. So I thought I would share just a little bit of my experience, teaching experience in my first year of teaching 4 new courses effectively. As you mentioned, we were up until last year working together in the music technology section, and this year I've moved to a different section, so it's been quite interesting in that sense. But yeah, I've prepared a short presentation that should be a few minutes long, just reflecting on that. And if you're ready, I can share my screen.
Great.
All right, is that all good?
It looks great, thanks.
Fantastic. Okay, then I'll start. Okay, so as you can see from the title, it's really just a question, and I know I'm not the only one who've been through this. So the question is, are we ready to teach and learn online, particularly in the African context or the South African context? Okay, so my first teaching goal this year was to redesign History of Jazz 1 in 2020. The biggest challenge was not having enough time to properly review, plan, and prepare a new curriculum. And this was my first year teaching it. I was also assigned 3 other courses, each with their own set of problems. I braced myself for a trial and error approach. Challenge 2, I was warned that the history course was unpopular. It's compulsory for all first-year jazz students, but they mostly survive it and tend to focus on other more exciting courses. Therefore, the quality of writing and engagement is relatively low. This is a problem, of course, as well. The department produces good practical graduates, not enough music students return for critical research work. Challenge 3 was the handbook. The course focus is on jazz history in North America, starting in the late 1800s until about the mid-20th century. And this may sound completely harmless, but that sentence alone contains a set of complex problems. Furthermore, many of the textbooks in the library were outdated or written from a particular perspective. Challenge 4, although the roots of jazz are African, the course is heavily focused on American jazz. This forms the core of the course, as North America was indeed the melting pot of cultures that gave birth to jazz. However, a more focused approach must introduce the origins of jazz in Africa and Latin America, as well as the South African context. Challenge 5, music students are notorious for focusing more on practical rather than academic work. It's a challenge to engage first years critically throughout the history course series. so that a greater number would develop good research skills. And South African jazz researchers in particular are desperately needed, as much of our own cultural history remains undocumented. Some of the obstacles were how to balance the narrative and encourage the use of credible sources, how to encourage students to form their own informed perspectives, how to break up monotony, maintain enthusiasm, and learn more about their study habits, how to help them differentiate between fact and opinion in an era where fake news is prevalent and emotions are running high. Advantages were that assessment requirements could be adjusted this year. I realized that a history course could be an inspirational escape, as practical music subjects suddenly became a lot more difficult online. Limited library access forced me to discover tools I may not have come across otherwise. I found a reflective approach helpful and tried to reflect on my teaching strategies as well as my humanity as often as possible. Already having a friendly rapport with my class before crisis mode proved invaluable when things got really tough. I had mentally prepared myself for a difficult road this year and now had to simply redraw the map, which is, of course, much easier said than done. At the beginning of the year, everyone prepared a presentation on what inspired them to study music, and I realized that most students were enthusiastic when they arrived, but that glossing over difficult topics such as segregation or gender roles or things that they were interested in could potentially alienate them, missing an opportunity to engage them critically. At the same time, I also didn't want to politicize my class. As COVID-19 was rapidly spreading throughout Europe, we were discussing the impact of global events on musicians, who often responded through major artistic shifts during a crisis. And I luckily had some good resources to help bring my course site to life. Once working from home, I realized that although I needed more time to prepare, I also gained some more time to strategize. And in a way, this gave me an opportunity to slow down the pace and think through my course material more clearly, more carefully. I'm relatively comfortable with technology, but actively searched for anything that could strengthen my strategies. I found myself wondering, could online teaching benefit students more? For true engaged learning, students had to reflect more meaningfully, not just the lecturer. And during the first few weeks, I created notes with links, reading summaries, analysis examples, and referencing guides. I gave feedback on draft assignments, suggesting that some visit writing centers, and after a few weeks, I began to wean them off my notes, encouraging them to make their own. So although this was extremely preparation heavy at first, it armed students with listening analysis skills and sketched a map to help them design their own strategies. And I was pleased to see that they were beginning to source their own credible material despite the lack of resources. By the middle of term 3 or so, we covered the handbook outline, and I could steer the class towards more meaningful discussions. And I found that external learning platforms were quite useful as the students, they responded more clearly during these course site excursions. So I set up some topics, assigned group members, and so much like breakout rooms or tutorial rooms, I suppose. And then they came back and completed presentations for class discussions. Maintaining a sense of community was the biggest challenge. I tried to keep my lectures informal, but confining the coursework to PDF notes, forums, and so on, as they would have been in class. WhatsApp groups and those sorts of things help maintain an informal sense of community, which can easily be missed, in an online format. But a reflective teaching practice has helped connect lecture topics to current affairs, and also this seemed to prompt more enthusiastic comments from the students and help them make further connections between history, the various diverse situations they found themselves in, and the coursework. Shortcomings. Even though I thought low-tech would be better, many students asked for more video, more audio recordings. And of course, the drawback there is that preparing quality multimedia material is much more time-consuming. But perhaps more focused and engaging online activities can help stimulation and meaningful engagement. It's been a headache to maintain credible research practices. Students resorted to YouTube and Spotify almost by default, which was inevitable. I've had numerous exchanges with colleagues and other people regarding access and copyright and so on. It's a new challenge, particularly in the South African context where few resources are available online, but I remain positive and think we should actively work on that. Various circumstances caused students to disappear or fall behind, and this has been the most difficult task to manage remotely. I found myself with some students in week 18 and others 2, 3, or even 4 weeks behind them, which was difficult. And mostly it was time management or even the home circumstances, which is a completely different factor. So despite thinking I had lost students along the way, I have a relatively good submission rate. The writing and musical analysis quality has certainly improved despite the circumstances, and the assignments show that they did engage with the work. But I continue to reflect critically, and I think strengthening online teaching platforms, resources, and access to creative material will be critical going forward, even more so for creative subjects. It's also critical to understand that South African students face challenges that go far beyond simply academic motivation, as many found themselves becoming instant breadwinners or child-minded. So even if online teaching may not work comprehensively for every subject, online resources do allow for work at different paces, and catching up is a possibility for those who fall behind, and provided they want to complete the work, of course. So student feedback is still crucial, but I remain cautiously curious and optimistic.
Interesting. So I have a sense that what we're facing is, in my instance, or as far as the impact of COVID is concerned, reducing a studio environment to a laptop screen, and in your case, it's reducing, condensing practical and technical, like education, or the foundation on which practical and technical teaching basis, reducing that to a laptop. Is that correct? Is my assumption correct?
Yeah, I suppose you are right there. I mean, I'm not the only one. Everyone's been doing this.
We're all being pushed through that funnel, no?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you sense that? Did you get the sense that one is forced now to really focus and find the essence of what one is trying to teach, to develop? So I've found that I've been forced to seriously reconsider very fundamental, simple building blocks on which what I do rest. Has that been the case with you as well?
No, absolutely. I think you are absolutely right. So the 3 other courses are jazz ensemble, which is probably the most difficult online, year training, and arranging. History, it sounds like it's the easiest one in a sense. It should have been theoretically, but even that one, I chose this one to talk about this one because the problems are, I suppose, more universal, but the challenges were there nevertheless. Just simple things like, asking students to go to the library to go and read a chapter or find a book became difficult because we have an amazing library, as you know, but not all of our resources are available online. And, during the middle of the year, I think somewhere in June, many international libraries made their sources freely available, and that was fantastic, obviously. But that period also passed, in a sense, so the resources disappeared effectively. So we had to make do with what we obviously have. And I know there are various challenges around that. We are lucky in that we are a relatively privileged university in South Africa, and if we were struggling, I can only imagine how difficult it would have been, across the board, schools, etc.
Yeah, there was a very important window, the time period where many databases, etc., were available for free, and it was a very positive development. So we're forced now to work online more or less continuously, or to a far greater degree than we've ever been to do in the past. And there's always been this criticism of information available in the interwebs, of it being read but not absorbed. This is one thing to have a lot of source material. It's another thing to have absorbed and to practice what one has learned. Has that changed? So that perception that existed, one often heard, people made that comment about the internet or about the web. Do you think that has changed at all due to COVID?
You mean the focus of?
Yeah, in other words, are people to a greater extent absorbing and practicing the information that they encounter? Are they able to absorb and deduce from the information, or is it still a case of a lot of surfing on the web and wow, I've got a lot of hits here, but what does it actually mean?
Yeah, I think that's definitely an issue, and I've been trying to find ways and strategies to deal with it. As you say, it's almost like limiting sources, but that's also not necessarily what we want. But it's to be able to translate that to students, pick out things. I mean, I spoke about the fake news aspect earlier, but even in a sense, researchers like that as well. There's lots of information out there, but what's the information that's valuable? What's the information that you need? What's where does it come from? Is there the tradition? Is there a good grounding underneath all of that? So yeah, I found. I mean, it's a first year class as well, so people found lots of information at first, but not necessarily always the right information or credible information, I guess. So I find myself having to kind of navigate that and steer that a little bit.
In my opinion, I think many people are forced to think very deeply about the quality of the information that they encounter and what does this actually, mean. The perspectives that are sketched by people putting out this information, creating a context for information to be presented in. I think we've become more savvy at interrogating that and understanding exactly what the message behind the meaning and message would be.
Yeah, that is definitely that is happening. I think So I find, like I say, initially that was the case, but over the course of the year, I found that the leaps and bounds that were made by students were quite incredible and amazing as well. And also, so I mean, I know I'm talking about the challenges, but I find that the positives far outweigh the negatives for sure. It's just that it's good to be aware of the challenges and try and improve, how we manage them, I guess, and deal with it.
Right. A big headache, which still remains an unsolved problem, is performance practice. So making music, jamming together or performing together, that is a very challenging situation. It remains so. So without divulging exactly how you went about it, or let's put it this way, I attempted to get recording devices to as many students as possible for them to gather their own material, to record themselves if they didn't have any suitable equipment available. Did you pursue the same process?
Yeah, it was difficult in a sense, like you say. I think if you have a small class, that's completely possible. I mean, it comes down to not only logistics but budgets and where the students are located, for instance. I mean, so for instance, the jazz ensemble class is a big group of almost 70 people, and many of them are in different provinces at this point. They're not necessarily here. So some of them are in quite rural areas. So, being able to send each and every one of those people a recording device was impossible in a sense.
Sure.
So what we did was just to try and arm them with, kind of give video lessons and master classes and all sorts of other material into how to record yourself in a very basic way. What do you have? You have a mobile phone, basic microphone. How could you best deal with your circumstances that you find yourself in order to get as clear a recording or as good quality a recording as you could possibly get under what circumstances? Maybe it has to happen at midnight and you've drawn the curtains, or you're sitting inside a big cardboard box with your microphone or something like that. It sounds pretty crude at this point. The realities.
That raises a very interesting point that I have experienced, I've been receiving almost like a mosaic of what the country sounds like, because people have been submitting from many different locations. And I think that's a very positive development. It also automatically forces us to think in terms of what does soundscape mean? How does that reflect in our work? And has that been similar for you as well?
Yes, I suppose yes and no. I mean, my creative work is quite different, I suppose, at the moment to what my first year of teaching has been, in a sense. We've tried to do new things with some of the courses. I mean, it is quite daunting to try and redesign 4 whole courses in 1 year.
Yeah.
So, in a sense, I try to do aspects of certain courses and not necessarily take all of that on at once. I think I wouldn't have made it to the end of the year if I did try and do all of it at once.
Right.
But yeah, so in terms of, I completely hear what you're saying, but we did also have to kind of deliver some traditional type outcomes, which were quite difficult to manage in circumstances, as you can imagine.
Mm-hmm. Well, now we've spoken a lot about work. Now we have to speak about your own creative work, Meryl. Unraveling composition. The lowdown, please, on the piece.
Well, Theo, you know that I'm not very good at speaking about my own work. I'm very reluctant. But yeah, that piece, I suppose, is a bit symbolic in a sense. Theo's often told me that, I don't know, I suppose you think that I sometimes take things quite literally, in a way. And that spills into my composition, which is not always a good thing. But yeah, I think it was an emotion that I tried to kind of portray, I guess. I think many people were in that position this year where it felt like things were just coming apart at the seams, and the fabric of society was coming apart at the seams in many ways. I find myself practicing piano quite a lot and reading a lot, and obviously working a lot. And creatively, I was not particularly inspired for some reason for a long period of time, until I eventually found a glimmer of hope, and then decided to try and put that emotion in a composition, which is, I suppose, how that came about.
Wonderful. So just after 1, we will be listening to the first performance of Unraveling, right?
Yeah.
It's fresh off the printing press. Wow. I have one wish hope that you will find increasingly possibilities to keep performing, and especially to keep composing. I think it's very important to feed our own souls, with creative stuff. We can't ignore our creative impulses, and especially in times like these where we're wrestling with the technical limitations that are impacting on our daily life, but especially on our work as teachers. I think it's important to also put aside a bit of time to be creative and to kindle that flame of creativity. Meryl, we are very much looking forward to the performance. Would you give us a minute or two to set up before 1 o'clock, please? And I would really like to thank you very much for being willing to share what is really some very fundamental and deep challenges, feelings, emotions that I think we're all experiencing working through 2020. Yeah. But it's going to get better, and you're going to be fine, okay?
No, thanks, Theo. I'll be all right. But also, just I want to thank you for putting the symposium together, and obviously, the team behind the scenes. I feel a bit left out. I'm usually behind the scenes running around trying to help, but maybe it's better that I'm not doing it. Now that I'm unraveled.
Right. No. Behind the scenes, I'm unraveling. Don't you worry. Meryl, keep well, and we are on standby for the concert. We will set up now, and shortly after 1 o'clock, we'll be back.
No problem. Thanks a lot.
Concert number 4 is also a pre-recorded concert, and it consists of 2 components. We begin by listening to the work Unraveling by Meryl van Nooy. She introduced aspects of the work just a couple of minutes ago during her presentation, or whilst in conversation. The work's approximately 12 minutes long, and then follow one after the other without interruption a collaboration between Ulrich and Machi. 3 compositions, audiovisual compositions, locations, climax, more than whispers. That was the first performance of the new composition by Merel van Nooy called Unraveling. Now to the second part of our concert, which consists of the streaming of 3 audio-visual collaborations. The titles are Locations, Climax, and More Than Whispers.
Schaufel unseres Aufsatzes essen müssen. Die Alten keinen Trost, keinen Trost. Der Ton der Trompeten ist der Ton der Trompeten ist
seine Geschichte ist
Hello, everybody. Welcome to my talk today. My name's Cameron Harris.
We were fortunate and privileged to experience a wonderful concert improvisation by the duo Cameron Harris and his colleague Jonathan last night. And we're now privileged to have a presentation by Cameron Harris covering the work that was performed last night, that will be performed in the next concert. And the way in which we proceed is to have a pre-recorded presentation component in which he explores his composition processes, followed by an in conversation section in which we will be interviewing him live. So, Core and Collaboration by Cameron Harris.
Hello everybody, welcome to my talk today. My name's Cameron Harris and I'm a composer based here in South Africa. I've worked at WITS for just about 10 years and prior to that was briefly at UNISA. Been in the country since about 2006. And I write primarily for electronics and instruments. So it's been a while since I have written anything that hasn't got some sort of sound processed element in it. And today's talk that I am going to give is entitled Core and Collaboration, because the piece that I have written for Bode Electrons this year and also the collaborative piece with Jonathan Crossley that you will have heard last night on Friday involves the core anglais. And so we have a piece for processed core anglais and a piece for core anglais and guitar and other gizmos as well. So I thought I would talk a bit about how I worked with the instrument to make these pieces and my choice of the instrument and where that's taken me. So behind me, you can see what I'd like to think of as a landscape that might exist if core anglais ruled the planet or ruled a planet. The processed image is sort of an analog for the way that I also work with the sounds when I'm writing music. So here we've got an image that's been created out of a picture of one part of a core anglais on its side. So what we have here is the key work of the core anglais here. This is the on the second joint of the instrument, the three keys at the bottom that the pinky finger uses to play C, C sharp and E flat, and you can see the body of the instrument coming down towards me as well. I say it's an analog for how I like to work with sound because all of the images that I've used in the piece to accompany the music are made from processed pictures of the core anglais and in various guises, and I've tried to create a landscape visually where you could imagine somebody flying over, a bit like you see in those original moon landing photographs of the lunar module flying over the surface of the moon. I've tried to create a situation where you're looking at a planet which is made up of a core anglais. You're flying over it, flying through it, and flying around it. And in the music, this isn't unique to this piece alone. I've done the same. I generally use sounds that emanate from the instrument almost exclusively. So in this case, all of the sounds that I've used to create this essentially acousmatic piece come from me recording the sound of the core anglais and then processing it. So there aren't any other sounds introduced to the texture of the piece. The timbral variety and the variety of types of sound come from the ways of playing the instrument in various different ways and from processing it. I feel that there is a wide variety of sounds you can always make if you're ingenuitive with the way that you work with whichever computer program you're using and editing. And if you do plumb the possibilities of the source, you can unify the sounds in various different ways because there are certain common characteristics in the thumbprints of the sound which it isn't that possible to destroy easily, no matter how hard you try. And that's a game I quite like to play. I like to take sounds, process them as much as I can, and see how far I can go before I feel that the original nature of the sound has disappeared and I've just got a splurge left. Obviously that is possible to do, but I'm always fascinated by how far you can push before you lose that thread, before that thread breaks. And if you work with the continuum of sounds you've created before that thread breaks, then the natures of those sounds can be used to combine together in a way where the sounds will sit well and help you to unify the piece. At least that's my philosophy, it's my hope, and it's what I like to work with. A good example of this is the sound of the voice and the human voice, and the likes of both in quite different ways, Dennis Smalley and Jonathan Harvey have commented on this in various situations, where if you take the voice, which has got such a characteristic set of formants to it, these frequency spikes at certain places that allow us to identify both the individual speaker of the voice and the vowel sounds that the speaker makes as the vocal tract shape changes. If you take all of those, because we're so hardwired into recognizing both another human's voice and the sounds that voice makes to create meaning, around those formants you can process and move things and change things, but the nature, the characteristic of the voice is present even with extreme processing. With the formants that you get in a voice which are quite specific, that is probably the clearest example, but I think the same applies to any instrument that's got a defined set of timbres, that the thumbprints of those timbres endure through quite a lot of processing. And if they do, then let's see how much we can make of them. The situation was different working with Jonathan this time round for two reasons. One, we're combining sounds, obviously. My set that I use, which I'll show you briefly, was just all through the cor anglais, sometimes playing a little bit through the reed, but otherwise playing entirely through the instrument. A couple of multiphonics, but otherwise playing the instrument in a regular way. But Jonathan was using a variety of timbres and sounds, many of them with a relatively short sound envelope because of the nature of the way that the guitar is played. But also he had an omnichord in there and other bleeping instruments, and was also using synthesized sound as well, I believe. So that provided us with a lot wider diversity of timbres, and the piece was also a structured improvisation, which coloured the way that I worked on my own piece, interestingly, because we were working on the two simultaneously, and brought me to mind of work that I've done previously with the trio known as Cubes, which came to Bode Electrons last year. So this is a good point to maybe leave the kind of general talking about how I try and approach writing music for processed sound, and talk about specifically the way that I've been working with these pieces. So to take the structured improvisation thing a little bit further, up until now I have not put myself as a performer into my own pieces. I've always written pieces for other people. So maybe that's not quite true. I've put myself in as a technician stroke performer in many of my pieces. I'm often at the concert controlling the laptop, sometimes with live processing and sometimes just balancing things to make sure that everything's behaving properly. And that is a performing role, obviously. It's can be a problematic one, because if you work in that way, then you limit your performance opportunities. Obviously, if you're the only one who's got the patch, has got the laptop and knows how they've made the patch and has got it working. But nevertheless, so I've worked with musicians playing my work in that role. However, normally the actual sounds, the source sounds, I ask somebody else to play. I will write a score or give a set of directions and ask the performers of the pieces to render the sounds, and then the processing will come from me. And in Cubes that I mentioned before, although it's been improvised, the music it's been a similar situation where we've got a trombone and a pianist who I capture the sounds of, I manipulate the sounds and then feed them back into the texture of the music and hopefully act as a third person in the trio, a third performer in the trio who is positively contributing to the overall sound palette. But I'm doing that by taking sounds that have already been produced by the other two performers and shaping them. So in these times of lockdown, I decided to pick up an instrument that I have some experience of playing intensely for a while, but not for a while. And it was a good way of having a way of performing and being self-contained, but also I rather miss playing. I think it's interesting that the bifurcation. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my talk today. My name's Cameron Harris, and I'm a composer based here in South Africa. I've worked at WITS for just about 10 years, and prior to that was briefly at UNISA. Been in the country since about 2006. And I write primarily for electronics and instruments, so it's been a while since I have written anything that hasn't got some sort of sound processed element in it. And today's talk that I am going to give is entitled Core and Collaboration, because the piece that I have written for Bode Electrons this year, and also the collaborative piece with Jonathan Crossley that you will have heard last night on Friday, involves the cor anglais. And so we have a piece for processed cor anglais and a piece for cor anglais and guitar and other gizmos as well. So I thought I would talk a bit about how I worked with the instrument to make these pieces, and my choice of the instrument and where that's taken me. So behind me, you can see what I'd like to think of as a landscape that might exist if cor anglais ruled the planet, or ruled a planet. The processed image is sort of an analog for the way that I also work with the sounds when I'm writing music. So here we've got an image that's been created out of a picture of one part of a cor anglais on its side. So what we have here is the key work of the cor anglais here. This is the on the second joint of the instrument, the three keys at the bottom that the pinky finger uses to play C, C sharp and E flat, and you can see the body of the instrument coming down towards me as well. I say it's an analog for how I like to work with sound, because all of the images that I've used in the piece to accompany the music are made from processed pictures of the cor anglais, and in various guises, and I've tried to create a landscape visually where you could imagine somebody flying over, a bit like you see in those original moon landing photographs of the lunar module flying over the surface of the moon. I've tried to create a situation where you're looking at a planet which is made up of a cor anglais. You're flying over it, flying through it, and flying around it. And in the music, this isn't unique to this piece alone. I've done the same. I generally use sounds that emanate from the instrument almost exclusively. So in this case, all of the sounds that I've used to create this essentially acousmatic piece come from me recording the sound of the cor anglais and then processing it. So there aren't any other sounds introduced to the texture of the piece. The timbre variety and the variety of types of sound come from the ways of playing the instrument in various different ways, and from processing it. I feel that there is a wide variety of sounds you can always make if you're ingenuitive with the way that you work with whichever computer program you're using and editing. And if you do plumb the possibilities of the source, you can unify the sounds in various different ways, because there are certain common characteristics in the thumbprints of the sound which it isn't that possible to destroy easily, no matter how hard you try. And that's a game I quite like to play. I like to take sounds, process them as much as I can, and see how far I can go before I feel that the original nature of the sound has disappeared and I've just got a splurge left. Obviously that is possible to do, but I'm always fascinated by how far you can push before you lose that thread, before that thread breaks. And if you work with the continuum of sounds you've created before that thread breaks, then the natures of those sounds can be used to combine together in a way where the sounds will sit well and help you to unify the piece. At least that's my philosophy, it's my hope, and it's what I like to work with. A good example of this is the sound of the voice and the human voice, and the likes of both in quite different ways, Dennis Smalley and Jonathan Harvey have commented on this in various situations, where if you take the voice, which has got such a characteristic set of formants to it, these frequency spikes at certain places that allow us to identify both the individual speaker of the voice and the vowel sounds that the speaker makes as the vocal tract shape changes. If you take all of those, because we're so hardwired into recognizing both another human's voice and the sounds that that voice makes to create meaning, around those formants you can process and move things and change things, but the nature, the characteristic of the voice is present even with extreme processing. With the formants that you get in a voice which are quite specific, that is probably the clearest example, but I think the same applies to any instrument that's got a defined set of timbres, that the thumbprints of those timbres endure through quite a lot of processing. And if they do, then let's see how much we can make of them. The situation was different working with Jonathan this time round for two reasons. One, we're combining sounds, obviously. My set that I use, which I'll show you briefly, was just all through the cor anglais, sometimes playing a little bit through the reed, but otherwise playing entirely through the instrument. A couple of multiphonics, but otherwise playing the instrument in a regular way. But Jonathan was using a variety of timbres and sounds, many of them with a relatively short sound envelope because of the nature of the way that the guitar is played. But also he had an omnichord in there and other bleeping instruments, and was also using synthesized sound as well, I believe. So that provided us with a lot wider diversity of timbres. And the piece was also a structured improvisation, which coloured the way that I worked on my own piece, interestingly, because we were working on the two simultaneously, and brought me to mind of work that I've done previously with the trio known as Cubes, which came to Bode Electrons last year. So this is a good point to maybe leave the kind of general talking about how I try and approach writing music for processed sound, and talk about specifically the way that I've been working with these pieces. So to take the structured improvisation thing a little bit further, up until now I have not put myself as a performer into my own pieces. I've always written pieces for other people. So maybe that's not quite true. I've put myself in as a technician stroke performer in many of my pieces. I'm often at the concert controlling the laptop, sometimes with live processing and sometimes just balancing things to make sure that everything's behaving properly. And that is a performing role, obviously. It's can be a problematic one, because if you work in that way, then you limit your performance opportunities. Obviously, if you're the only one who's got the patch, has got the laptop and knows how they've made the patch and has got it working. But nevertheless, so I've worked with musicians playing my work in that role. However, normally the actual sounds, the source sounds, I ask somebody else to play. I will write a score or give a set of directions and ask the performers of the pieces to render the sounds, and then the processing will come from me. And in Cubes that I mentioned before, although it's been improvised, the music, it's been a similar situation where we've got a trombone and a pianist who I capture the sounds of, I manipulate the sounds and then feed them back into the texture of the music, and hopefully act as a third person in the trio, a third performer in the trio, who is positively contributing to the overall sound palette. But I'm doing that by taking sounds that have already been produced by the other two performers and shaping them. So in these times of lockdown, I decided to pick up an instrument that I have some experience of playing intensely for a while, but not for a while. And it was a good way of having a way of performing and being self-contained, but also I rather miss playing. I think It's interesting that the bifurcation of composer and performer, although it's been challenged in a number of quarters in recent history, there's still a strong sense in many areas that in order to be the best composer you can be, you need to focus just on structuring the music. And to be the best performer you can be, you need to focus on playing and rendering what is possible, written by other people as well as possible. And that's the way it works. I think a lot of composers have sort of follow that paradigm, but I think increasingly many people trained as performers are stepping across, especially in multimedia situations, and doing interesting work. And I think from a composer side, we need to see what we can do as well. And so I do think that that's an artificial divide. We know the likes of Mozart and Haydn used to play string quartets together and all of that. And where did we lose that? Why did we lose that? As music often got more complex, I suppose, that we all know that the history of that and how you need to be super trained in order to perform it, and you need to be super trained in order to write it. But is that the only way? And don't we lose something about the sense of gesture, the sense of pacing, the sense of the physicality of creating music if we're not involved in the making of it directly? So the lockdown, in a way, and the nature of this festival allowed me to reconnect with the cor anglais and play or create the sounds and play the music with Jonathan myself, which has been great fun to do, and I've really enjoyed doing so. Just to make a point about cor anglais and live electronics, there really doesn't seem to be an awful lot of music out there for cor anglais and electronics. Maybe slightly more for oboe, but really not very much at all for either instrument. I did a little bit of trawling around before the presentation just to check that I wasn't being ignorant of what was out there, and I don't think I overall am, just from a relatively lazy Google search as a kind of rough indication of how much is out there, really yields very little. There are a few performers and composers who have worked with the cor anglais in the last 10 years or so, but they really are quite few and far between. I'll just pop up a few on the screen so that you can see. The first hit that comes up is Kyle Brookman, who works in the San Francisco Bay Area. He teaches at a number of the universities, University of California, on a number of their campuses, and is otherwise pretty much a freelance oboist who also plays cor anglais and who performs live with various groups in the San Francisco area that cross genre boundaries a lot. There's quite an indie aesthetic to what he does. There is an International Double Reed Society, very well established, and looking at their pages and the festivals that they have shows that occasionally you will find concerts that involve electronics. Back in 2018 in their conference in Spain, there was a concert of electronic works for oboe and English horn. Two pieces from that year, a piece called Pendulum by Kwong Mei Choi, and another piece called Suspensions by Ken Steen, who's older, born in 1958, formed that program. And I also came across relatively quickly a master thesis by a performer called Jessica Holmes, who was finishing off at the Royal Northern College of Music at the time she wrote this, which was September last year, where she devotes 2 pages to oboe and cor anglais with electronics out of what was quite a sizable dissertation. In that short section, she mentions one particular piece that was called Asylum by composer Diana Cyrus Valdez, written in 2015. And she mentions a project based in the Netherlands called Perforator, where the sounds of cor anglais are merged with self-made synthesizers and sensors and the like, which is great. Undoubtedly, there will be a fair amount of activity in that very brief trawling of the internet that I've done that I've missed. However, clearly there isn't too much out there, so this is a space that is ripe for exploration. And it's rather strange that double reed instruments as a whole have been neglected for working with electronics, because the spectrum of their sound is so rich. There's so much potential for shaping all of those harmonics that come out of those double reeds flapping together. So going back to the actual nitty-gritty of the writing of the music or the making of the pieces. I was working with Jonathan. I started off with a number of sets, a sort of paradigm, well, a number of patches within Ableton sets that of similar types that I've used with cubes before as a starting point. But as I was working and thinking about him and the nature of our collaboration and also the nature of the cor anglais, things changed quite a lot. And what's in this set now, very little of the patches that I've used previously before these projects actually remain. What's sitting in the set is pretty new and at least configured specifically for this. But I did find myself, not intentionally, but ultimately using the same set for both. So as I was searching for sounds on the cor anglais, I was thinking about how those sounds might work for the duo project, but also, which sounds I was going to use to structure my own piece. And increasingly I found that from the variety of sets and patches that I'd made, I was increasingly focusing in on just the one patch that I'd made actually for the live performance, but I was finding that there was quite a lot of potential to control that patch outside of real time, do little pieces of recording on it to generate the source material, put those into a timeline, but also then further manipulate them, often with the same devices that were in the patch, so that I had a feedback loop happening in terms of processing, often a number of times. So here we're now looking at part of the Ableton session. I've hidden the return tracks where a lot of the processing is taking place to begin with, because not everything fits on the screen in one go. But you can see on the channel 1 on the left-hand side, that's just the input coming in. I've automated, because playing a cor anglais you don't have any hands-free, I had to do what the guitarists do and use foot pedals, which is quite a new experience for me. And the clips on the top there have just got automation information in them to make certain things happen when I press foot pedals, mainly bringing up the pots to send signal to various return tracks. On this track is a small sort of receiving max patch that I've made that's just got a max object that estimates the frequency of the sound coming in and sends those numbers ultimately to a patch that converts them to MIDI, mainly so that I can control samplers with the sound of the cor anglais. Tracks 2, 3 and 4 here have all got these samplers on them. So if I click on track 2, you can see there's a sampler. I've called it rumble because it really is a rumble. I've layered many samples of the cor anglais playing and stretched the pitch of the samples incredibly. So I've layered these samples across the whole range of what would normally be a piano keyboard. So there's a great distortion by slowing the samples down right at the bottom and up the top, speeding them up the root recorded pitch of the sample you can see in the middle there. And then that's controlled by this patch, which is bringing in the frequency that's been estimated on the first channel. I have to press this button here, which will open the gate and allow that information to go through, get scaled and turned into MIDI, and that MIDI will control the sampler that follows it in the device chain here. This is the sampler here, and that's the keyboard for the sampler. So we can hear what the sounds of this sampler sound like together. I'll play a few notes on the cor anglais whilst having the gate open. Here I go. Switching this toggle button on allows the inputs to go through this scale object, which inverts the numbers coming in. Which means that if I've got this button pressed, the higher I play, the lower the MIDI notes are that come out, so that I can make a bit of a duet myself. So let me just show you that. So I'll play some low notes first, which will make a relatively high note, still in the low to low mid range, but a lot higher in pitch than when I play really high notes. So here is some lower notes on the cor anglais, which will make slightly higher notes on the sampler. And now some higher notes on the cor anglais. And then the next track is also a sampler, which has pre-recorded trill sounds so that I can sustain a pitch with trills as well as going on to play other pitches at the same time. And then the fourth track has a third sampler with different process sounds from the cor anglais in it. Channel 5 has one of my favorite devices on it, the vocoder. I'm endlessly fascinated with vocoders and the way that they can use the spectral information from one sound to shape a different sound. In this case, again, I've got the cor anglais feeding back on itself, so it's actually shaping its own sound. But before it receives the sound to be shaped, that sound is taken through a device that provides a pedal tone within it and a little bit of sustain. So the sound comes from a live cor anglais, gets split up into essentially a harmonizer, gets a pedal tone added, that gets fed as the source sound into the vocoder, and then the actual attacks, the envelopes of the spectral envelopes of the sounds I'm making from the instrument itself are used to shape that sound. And so you get this sort of shimmer, detuning chorus effect. So looking at the return tracks, I've made quite a lot of use of the ring modulator, and it both works. A ring modulator is essentially where you're multiplying a signal with another signal, in this case a sine wave of a certain frequency along with the sound of the cor anglais, and you'll get a more complex waveform as a result. If the modulator signal of the sine wave is in the hearing range, otherwise you get a sort of tremolo sound. I tend to be using the modulator's sine wave frequency at quite high, so this complex waveform sound is what I get. Sometimes you get inharmonic dirty side sounds, and sometimes you get that standard ring, beloved of the likes of Stockhausen, of course. So this is what it sounds like on the cor anglais. These next three return tracks are all clones of one another, but they can be set up individually. They're all essentially frequency shifters, but they're doing it in the frequency domain rather than the time domain, so there's no slowing down or speeding up of the sound. It's just calculating the changes in the pitch. And so that I can make chords, it's basically a homemade harmonizer. I've got a little bit of automation here that allows the frequency shifter to move whilst I'm still playing to make glissandes downwards. I can also make the pitch changes occur at regular intervals to make a kind of constantly changing melody whilst I'm playing. So I'll demonstrate both of those to you. I just need to set these up, so press that. So now I'm going to send regular pitch change information through to the patch so that I get a constant melody with my more sustained notes. That's only happening on one patch. If I put it on for all of them, I can slow down the rate that the pitch change is moving. And then that glissando that I was talking about, I'm just going to do it on the one channel to demonstrate so you can hear it clearly. And you can have it battling with the other constant change, so the information conflicts because they're both being sent down to the same device. So I have this going, and then I'll do a glissando, and the two will jitter around. Let's have a listen to that. On this return channel here, I've got a spectral delay. It's one of just the built-in Mac spectral delays. It's really nice and flexible, which allows you to create all sorts of sounds by manipulating the parameters of frequency and pitch, randomizing them. And then this is just a resonant filter. Which can be controlled using a foot pedal. And then we've got some more harmonizers. This is the patch that produces a pedal tone that I was talking about before. Here's a similar third-party patch, which is a harmonizer. The last return track of any import takes a feed directly from a live input and sends it through a looper, and then from the looper to this device that takes the sample that is stored in the computer's buffer for a short amount of time, and then will reorder it. So if you're playing fast moving material, it will reorder the notes of the material. Or if you're playing longer notes, it will reorder the areas within the dynamic and spectral envelope of the note that you're playing. Because it's sizing things up in real time, you do get clicks, and that's part of the aesthetic if you're going to use these sorts of samples. It, by definition, because it moves in step, you're going to end up with quite rhythmic-based music, or you're going to end up with musical material that has a constant tick to it, constant pulse. This is interesting for me because normally when I work, I don't use defined beat-driven material very much, so to have one of these in a patch changes the game quite considerably for me, and it's been very interesting to play with. I'll just demonstrate how this works. I'll put a little sample into the looper first. And then, due to the beauty of Ableton, all of these different devices can be fed back to each other in real time. And so something that came out of the looper can go through the vocoder, for example, and then come back into the looper, and then being sent out to, say, a pitch changer or harmonizer. And so you can end up making these beautiful feedback systems that take often a life of their own. So that's a quick kind of overview of a kind of relatively straightforward techniques that I've used in these two pieces. Then, of course, the tricky bit is putting them together to make a piece of music, and the evidence for that we will leave to the evening concert. So thank you very much for your time, and I will now be around in live mode to chat.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Cameron, for a most riveting presentation. Wonderful background information and quite in depth as well. I've learned quite a few things about using Ableton. As Cameron said, we now go over into the live interview part of our session this afternoon. Cameron, perhaps a question from my side first of all. Do you find the work that we heard last night specifically influenced or strongly influenced by specifically Ableton, the software?
It's a very good question. I'd like to say the answer was no, but I think it's probably yes.
Right.
And it's one of the big anxieties I think that many of us have, certainly for me, and why I think that the standalone version of Max is really important. Because you've got a blank canvas. You don't have any preconceptions in terms of how things are set up, and you have to decide what to make, or if it starts evolving, it's evolving in a way that doesn't have a template like Ableton does. Ableton is very beat driven in the way that it's designed, and you have to constantly be working with that. I was going to say battling with that, but that's not the right philosophy to enter into a DAW with. You have to take it for what it is. It's not it's faulted, it's what it is, and it's amazing what it is, but you have to just find an individual way of working with it. And I think I've got a certain way, as I say, in the standalone version of Max, of getting my own voice there, but I do feel Ableton pulls me in certain directions.
Right.
However, those are directions that by inclination I don't tend to go myself. I'm not, I haven't written very much boppy music in my life. So to have something that's pulling me in that direction is actually quite nourishing, because it makes me explore that as well. But I think it is something we constantly have to be careful of. Whenever I get something that's sounding too loopy and too, okay, we've got that now. But I want to find a way of stopping it, moving the speed. You can see what I was doing at the end there with the looper. I'm never letting it loop the same way more than twice. I want to change the speed. I want to change the way the step a buffer shuffler is panning out, so that it doesn't become predictable. Now that, of course, is a Western art music fetish, right? The idea that you're not allowed to repeat. And it's what the minimalists were trying to critique back there already in the 60s and 70s, to say, well, what is it? Why aren't we allowed to actually hear something more than once anymore? But we've been trained as music composers in that way, and I still respond to that fetish. So if I can work that through with Ableton, it's actually it can be a musical therapist for me, which is fine.
Right. I think that was perhaps something that really drew me into the music last night, the performance, the improvisation, is that you were very much composing with the software, not the software working with you, and I really admire that. We have a question at Cameron Harris. I'm going to read it verbatim. So, as a guitarist and with a contemporary music background, I'm preoccupied with echoes / polyrhythmic ones and time, as well as pulse. I've always been afraid of pitch variation. How did you navigate or choose such variation of pitch?
That's a good one. Those particular pieces, or in general, it's a good question. I can't think who that came from. I've got a feeling I might know who might be asking that question, so I'm going to have to be careful. And my collaborator who's asking that, so I have to be careful in how I answer it. I think one of the nice things in working with Jonathan is he's got a very acute sense of pitch. He's got an excellent ear, and he knows his way around the ways of improvising with pitch sets in a way that I don't. I'm not trained as an improviser in that way. So what I have been doing in the work together is listening out for, as best I can with the ears that I have, pitch patterns, pitch relationships that I hear coming, and responding to them, and sometimes adding spokes into the wheel, sending something that's completely not what I've just heard, so intentionally or otherwise. And that's fun because then, you're passing who needs to react to who. But in general, I think it's linked to gesture and shaping as well. I think you can't have a pitch gesture without the other parameters that are involved in gesture. Right. And so depending on what type of music you're making at the time, how a flow of it's working and how that shape is going to affect the pitch contour that you use. Right. But I do, when I'm writing the acousmatic piece, I'm calling it that, it's got visuals, but for want of a better word, planned out, structured work. Yeah. I will do what Simon Emerson calls abstracted syntax processes. I'd like to think I do anyway. I listen very hard to the sounds, try and find the pitch content that's already innately in them. And then, I'll manipulate them a bit if needs be, but I'll try and find commonalities. And therefore, the pitch content will develop as organically as possible from the material. Right. If it's pitch material, sometimes you obviously might favor areas where there isn't much distinct pitch. But in terms of the improvisation, there's a bit of that. But also you've got two people working. And the interesting thing about working with Jonathan is he's got a varied palette of ways of creating pitch that he's using. So in that piece, I don't think he talked about his MIDI guitar when he was talking yesterday, if I remember correctly. So he's got a guitar there which plays as a regular guitar. You make pitches of the strings, but also has MIDI triggers so that the MIDI goes directly into whatever system he's got. So he can generate pitch from the guitar, he can generate pitch from the MIDI aspects of the guitar that can go straight into anything, be them synthesizers, process, whatever. And he's got the omnichord there and the T-box that's got loopers in which generate their own sense of pitch. And all that's around to play with. So if I tried to impose too much of an extra a pitch vocabulary on top of that, and it would be yet another thing to negotiate. So although I feel like I'm quite happy, I was in that setup, quite happy to hear what's coming in and react to it a bit. Right. It'd be interesting to hear him answer that question. Because right. How reactive, because that's a wonderful thing about improvisation. And one of the things that I think we're going to have to think of in this digital world, how fresh an improvisation could be when it's recorded. So we did all of that in one long take of the four movements, intentionally, because we wanted to try and retain the sense of being on the edge of something going wrong or not, and having to work with what we've got, rather than going, it's okay, and edit, we can go to another nice bit. Because then we're composing in a way which we start to compose rather than improvise. And that's also fine. I think many pieces that have as a kernel improvisation that are structured in a compositional way, very interesting music, great music, but we were setting out to try and improvise. But if you take something that's purely acousmatic but isn't improvised at all, and you're presenting it over the airways as a recording. I think it's interesting to think about analogues of how concert performances of that sort of music have been, how that issue has been addressed, the issue of what is performative in loudspeaker music, and how we can work towards creating that sense of performative aspect in these sorts of broadcasts.
Right.
I was chatting earlier actually to Jonathan about this, and I came up with the idea of some sort of binaural diffusion, live binaural diffusion. I do think it helps to hear a piece live diffused in the old-fashioned way, having somebody at a mixing desk able to send the channels to the different normally multi-speaker arrays set up in a room. I do think that's great. We obviously can't do that because you can't ask everybody to have, say, the number of speakers that the Beast setup has in their living room. That would be fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So what do you do? Well, maybe we could work binaurally, have some sort of live. You could see fingers on the table and hear the binaural effects if everybody's listening in headphones. But that sort of performative aspect is something we're going to have to look at as we disappear ever more inside our computers and in whichever direction, up, down, or sideways.
No, I suggest keep going. It's wonderful stuff. You're a woodwind specialist, and this combination, electric guitar, woodwind, is very fascinating for me. The limitation that you're facing as a woodwind player would be the ability to sustain a note, right? So you have to breathe at some point, even though circular breathing does help with that. With an electric guitar, you can have a sound ring out, sustained quite not indefinitely, but very, very long time. How do those two instruments fit together to you for you in your creative work? Given that one is obviously a plucked instrument, the other is a woodwind breath-based instrument.
I think I was surprised by how natural it felt when we got together. In fact, I thought that was going to be an issue, that the characteristics of the two instruments being so different would mean there would be have to be a period of sort of getting to understand one another instrumentally. But it wasn't. I mean, I think it helped that we are pretty aware of each other's setups and inclinations and how we use the technology, because all of this is obviously, as we said before, mediated by the technology.
Yeah.
And just having a sense of the types of sound palettes that Jonathan tends to go for, and likewise he knows mine, I think sort of counteracted that. The sustained thing's interesting. I found myself more wanting to, feeling like I was making lots of long notes, and maybe I wanted to make more short ones as time went on. So, you can actually, on a double reed instrument, you can sustain for a long time. It's getting rid of the air that can be a problem. Obviously, you don't want to have to play too many long notes one after the other for an hour. But if you just set a note going, before you keel over, you can actually carry on for a long period of time. If you do that, I did that once with my students in an orchestration class. For wind instruments I had a flute, clarinetist, a couple of wind instruments. I got my oboe, and I said, okay, we're going to have a game. We're all going to start playing the note at the same time. We're going to see who has to stop first. And just to prove this point that double reeds can sustain for a hell of a long time. And I was going for a long time after the element had given up. Because you've got this tiny aperture, and you've got a one full of air to get through. The fatigue comes on a double reed instrument of having to, of the air inside pushing against the embouchure. And fatiguing the embouchure from that direction. So it's getting rid of the air is the important thing. But not to get too bogged down in that. I think the interesting thing about the guitar is it's a starting transient. The fact the attack is so specific and because it's plucked. And I think that because we're going to do more work together, I think the fact that double reed instruments also have a very aggressive attack. could be quite interesting to work on that part of the of the sound shapes,
Right.
to create a characteristic for, because I mean the you can obviously start from nothing to an extent, but we all know the kind of trumpety type of characteristic of the oboe, say, is it's got a very defined and hard transient to the note.
Yes. If I may just sneak in a quick announcement, we are continuing past 3 o'clock, even though the next session has been announced for 3 o'clock, because Dimitri's contribution is slightly shorter than 40 minutes, so we have a little bit of room to maneuver, and I'd like to continue with a couple of questions and a bit of a discussion with Cameron.
Cool.
So Cameron, Jonathan is a very experienced instrument builder, so electroacoustic instrument builder. And I just see if we have a technical glitch. One sec.
No, come on.
Okay, all good. Have you explored extended instrument construction techniques, instrument performance techniques on woodwind instruments?
I've seen it done. I went to the Zurich music school once and saw, because they've got a lot going on there, of course, and saw a bass clarinet, an extended bass clarinet in development, which looked fascinating.
Yeah.
So there is a field there of people extending woodwind instruments and wind instruments in general. It's not something that I've done. I've got an idea for a piece that I started writing and haven't finished yet, of electrocuting the keywork. So attaching just from a jack plug the two sides of the two wires to different parts of the keys, and then the amount of resistance you get by putting the fingers. It's a bit like a contact connection on a circuit situation. You're obviously going to change your resistance, then you're going to get different amounts of buzz. Now that buzz can be used as interesting musical material as well, but obviously you can calibrate it up to a point. It's not completely predictable, but you can calibrate it up to a point so that you can tell Max, okay, if you're getting this sort of pitch of buzz at this amplitude, I want you to trigger this. And so it can become a controller.
Right.
And I've got and morphing between the two, because obviously there is a direct analog. You can hear the buzz, hear of a change of the buzz, and then you can hear the musical sounds that are being controlled by the buzz. You can morph and fade between one and the other. And I think that could be quite a beguiling piece. But I think I got busy at bits and then lost my jack plug. So I'm going to have to cut up another jack plug and finish that piece one day.
Right.
In terms of actually systematically going into instrument building, it's not something I've done, but it's something I'd love to do.
You're heavily invested in using Max as well, Max MSP Jitter, right?
Yes, I have been. Yeah.
And maybe perhaps speak a little bit about the work that you've done in Max. I'm thinking back of the distributed node piece. Forgive me for forgotten the title of the work that was performed here in Cape Town a couple of years ago. That was Max based, right?
Are you thinking of different chains? The one with the
different
computers?
chains, indeed, different chains.
So that was quite an involved Max patch, but it was actually all running through Ableton, so it was Max for Live.
Okay.
But there isn't you can do everything that there's very little you can't do in Max for Live that you can do in Max. Obviously the inputs and the outputs are linked inextricably to Live, and there are one or two objects that simply don't work in Max for Live because they're designed just for Max. And crucially, Gen doesn't work. So anybody who's into Gen programming, but basically sort of programming straight into Max rather than having to use the objects, you can't do that in Max for Live. But otherwise, the complexity of Max patches that I build as standalones, you can pretty much paste them in to a Max for Live canvas. And the only thing is they have to then go out through Ableton and be part of a session. But all of the connections between the computers were done using UDP protocol and the OSC. which I first found out about in Max on its own and made patches in the standalone. But the reason, but it works perfectly well. You know, it can get outside. I think sometimes people think that, as I say, it's more constrained when it's inside Labelton, and that it's not allowed out. It can't get out. But there's tons of ways of getting information out of Max that don't necessarily have to go straight through Ableton, and UDP is one of them, and a very powerful one as well. So I used Ableton rather than Max on its own because of the sort of soundscape and sampled nature of the music that was happening at the same time as working with the computers.
Right.
Just to say, the cello piece, that I think the last piece that you would have been aware of that I wrote completely in Max without using Ableton would have been City Deep, the cello piece.
I see.
Yeah.
I have just trumped myself. I've forgotten the question I wanted to put to you. Apart from Jonathan, do you collaborate with other performers, composers up north in Joburg?
I haven't done a great deal of that, to be honest. We did an interesting collaboration that was sent a good idea about 3 years ago, where I was doing the sound with other performers, but there weren't so much other musicians. I think, to be honest, the administrative burden of virtuosic email writing has meant that I've been quite limited in finding the flexibility to collaborate. So when I've been, in the last few years, so when I've been making pieces, I've been making them at very strange hours of the day, and having to find the time where I can, and that, you need a certain amount of flexibility, timetable flexibility, in order to collaborate well. So, but hopefully, in the future years, I'll be able to reach out.
Right. I sense there's a sense of community that has developed between the stuff that you've been doing up north in Joburg at Wits, down here in the Cape. Thinking back now, we've been involved, we've collaborated informally, you and I, on a number of like festival type projects, or just hosting or staging events like this. And I think that is very important, that sense of community, to provide a platform on which we can build, provide a almost secure surrounding in which one feels supported and safe enough to experiment and push boundaries, because we are after all, we're dealing with music that's not 100% commercial. It doesn't have market value necessarily. And that is very, very important, I find, for the musical life in any country, is just the freedom to be able to experiment in this way.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And it's not great to have Miles up at UP as well now, and the developing program up there, which gives Gauteng two nodes, if you like, which is great. So yeah, the more we can do that, the more in terms of across universities we can feel growing that, and something like Bode Electrons is the prime example right now. The whole is always going to be more than the sum of the parts, isn't it? So we need to pursue that. Yeah.
Cameron Harris, thank you so much for your time and for wonderful performance, wonderful presentation this afternoon. I really do hope that we can speak again soon.
Thanks, Theo. My only question is, why are you stopping on the 8th? I mean, you've got a little TV station going here. I think we should have 24/7 electronic music. I'm going to talk, MultiChoice's headquarters are up here just down the road. I'm going to go in on Monday and see if we can get a contract for you to provide content through.
That's very kind of you, Cameron. To be honest, I need to sleep a day and then we can talk again.
Well, congratulations on a great festival. It's amazing the technical abilities you guys have got down there in Cape Town.
Thanks. Cameron, go well. We speak soon.
Cheers. Bye. Hi, are you still there?
You can introduce Dimitri. We now move to another voice, another composer based up north in Joburg, Johannesburg, Dimitri Voudouris. Dimitri Voudouris is perhaps the person that is most important, has played the biggest role in shoving me in the seats I'm sitting in right now. I came to know Dimitri when we were involved in a previous festival event, Unyazi. I think it was around about 2012 or 2014. So Dimitri has acted as a role model for what we are doing right now, and as a composer I find him a very strong voice, a very brave composer. And today Dimitri is going to presenting the background, the fundamentals, the nuts and bolts of a composition that we'll hear later on today. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly, Dimitri. It's Simplexi by Dimitri Voudouris, and his presentation was pre-recorded.
Simplexi is a work composed between 2018 and 2020. It's in duration of about 14 minutes, consists of 4 groups, performer and improvisers, 4 shortwave receivers, Grundig Satellite 3400 Professional, sorted metallic percussion, DIY 2 condenser, 8 contact and 3 dynamic microphones, C-sound granular synthesis and computer assisted processing. Shortwave transmission often has bursts of distortion and hollow sounding loss of clarity of certain aural frequencies, altering the harmonics of natural sound, creating at times a strange space equality due to echoes and phase distortion. Mechanical rhythms all becoming densely compacted until a point is reached where abstraction sets in. Granular textures are combinations of sound fragments and are replicated on the computer using variations in register, volume, duration and density, rhythmic structure and dynamics, creating a mass of sound from each of these regions which share comparable characteristics and selective points of interaction are established. Simplexi, derived from the Greek meaning engagement, follows a guided organization of fragmented thought patterns. Sound fragments can be compared to fragmented thought. The larger the audio library, the larger the thought fragmentation. Thus, it is more difficult or takes longer to place one's thoughts in a collective and decisive order. Selection and placement of sound fragments requires various levels of concentration, where decision-making follows an order which aims to develop perseverance and problem-solving strategies that support the building of performer and improviser-driven knowledge. These strategies are streamed together to create one collective source of communication through 4 geographic sound fields. This took place between August 2019 and March 2020. Performers and improvisers were chosen to exercise their abilities in analyzing, selecting, recording, isolating and categorizing sound material in groups or individually, as well as constructing, positioning and the placing of fragmented sound material into a composition module. The outcomes of the work relied heavily on interactions between group and individual personalities. The participants were placed into 4 groups and were assigned tasks with various acoustic and electronic combinations to develop the skills. They attended 10 days of theoretical and practical courses. These courses focus on 3 major areas: in wireless transmission, field recordings, the preparation in approaching a simple and complex environment, and familiarity with sampling and recording equipment. The work produced by each of the groups is an interaction of both acoustic and electronic sound expressions, composed within the 4 regions. Each region represented was assigned to each of the 4 speakers. For example, speaker 1, northern, speaker 2, southern, speaker 3, eastern, and speaker 4, western hemispheres, with or without acoustic percussion. The exercise consists of 4 steps to develop their learning skills. Step 1. Field recordings and combination of environments with acoustic instruments. Focuses on recording practices, the familiarity of musicians with various interacting environments.
Natural environments with or without foreign infiltration, the blending of which would be difficult to distinguish between the 2 media.
Each of the 4 groups had 10 participants, of which 5 had DIY skills in amateur radio assembling.
Instructions. 1. Musicians from each group are to enter the natural sound field and make recordings of moments that captured their attention. 2. Fine-tune their acoustic instruments and perform with sounds in the environment. 3. Blending intervention between the instrument and environment should complement each other. 4. Each member of the group is to submit a 120 seconds multi-track recording of the raw sound, not stylized with effects. 5. The submissions need to identify the environment, in short describe the recorded environment, specify the natural sound they are interacting with and the type of instruments used. 6. Participants whose recordings were selected are categorized, saved and stored under the musician's particulars in this step and allowed to proceed to step 2. 7. Musicians who do not meet the selection process face elimination from the group.
Example. Demonstrating a combination of inseparable sounds that are difficult to distinguish between environment and instrument. It is the combination of whistles and flutes with bird calls.
Step 2.
Analyzing and dissecting various natural sound environments, focusing on 2 neologisms. Geophony, used to describe one of 3 possible sonic components of a soundscape. It relates to the naturally occurring non-biological sounds coming from different types of habitats, whether marine or terrestrial. Biophony, used to describe the collective sound that vocalizing animals create in each given environment, recorded in the early hours of the morning, afternoon, early and late evening. Exposing the musicians to various sound fields, reconstructing and combining them with artificial sounds from radios, reeds, percussion.
Group A is made up of 7. Group B is made up of 6, Group C of 5, and Group D of 8 participants.
In this section, the musicians were to search within the natural sound fields, to understand their interactive forms, functions, operation, creations, duration, existence, within the various energy fields. Dislocating the vibrations which compose the natural sound gives birth to formidable energy comparable with that of particles. In a state of chaos, The selection of particular sound moments becomes more difficult and requires focus and concentration to reconstruct and create soundscapes. Participants were left to make practical choices through self-realization.
Instructions. 1. Instruments used were metallic percussion, reeds and radios. 2. Avoid tuning, use the radios and acoustic instruments and blend sounds with the soundscapes they constructed. In short, describe the recorded environments and the blending process which was followed. Create, 60 seconds, multi-track recordings. 3. The submissions undergo a selection process. Musicians whose recordings are selected are categorized, saved and stored under the musician's particulars in this step. They are then allowed to proceed to step 3. 4. Musicians whose recordings are not selected face elimination from the group.
Step 3. Positioning of microphones, combining with shortwave receivers, metallic percussion with natural environments. In step 3, Group A consists of 7, Group B of 5, Group C of 4 and Group D of 5 performers and improvisers.
When creating a Brownian motion, the force is no longer the sound of music but that of physics. One has to agree with physics to listen to its laws.
Instructions for groups and performers. 1. Searching for frequencies within the radios, creating various electronic environments and combining these with its 3 neologistic sonic components, geophony, biophony, anthrophony. The outcomes need to be disclosed separately to the composer, giving a particular reason of specific choices made. 2. Positioning and selection of DIY, condenser and dynamic microphones, to capture the sound needed to isolate and eliminate particular sounds, without any computer treatments, require practice, disclosure, selections, and positioning. 4. 60 seconds, multi-track, recordings, showing, unique and contrasting features were presented to the composer. 3. Musicians' recordings selected, categorized and stored under the musician's particulars were allowed to proceed to step 4. 4. Non-selections face elimination from the group.
Sound example. Natural environment with radio shortwave interference, 2 contrasting environments. Step 4. The final recordings presented. Shortwave receivers, percussion, microphones are the instruments of choice in which environments are chosen, focusing on specific areas of projection. Through shortwave receivers, each group is given one of the hemispheres to engage, north, south, east and west. Recording sessions are able to be executed separately within each group. In step 4, Group A, B, C and D comprises of 4 performers and improvisers each. In this final crucial period of recording selections, eliminations and the combining of audiophonic sound collages with the percussion, arriving in a deeper state of concentration was necessary. I experienced the pulsation of sound source. I had thus the revelation of the fundamental rhythm of life, the natural Hauptrhythmus. All the rest appeared to be explicit and artificial. I had the revelation that fundamental rhythms are different from rhythms of musical culture. This new revelation I then combined with ideas that I had configured on science, semiotics of numbers, and numerology. I considered each number figure corresponding to the rhythm having a unique individuality and aesthetic in itself. It is not a quantitative difference, but of essence.
Instructions for groups and performers. 1. The performer is instructed to play a series of events. 2. An event may be played with either radio and percussion or with radio or percussion. 3. Each event has a distinct duration defined by its subdivision into segments with a characteristic rhythm. 4. They are instructed to analyze the sounds that were recorded. Decisions are made whether to process or not to process the sound. 5. Performers need to follow certain criteria. A. To leave the recorded sessions untouched. B. Loosely process parts of the sound, acoustic, electronic or both. C. Fully process the session the outcome's been, the formation of particular tone colorations. D. In the final process removing undesirable frequencies by filtration from the final score. E. No repetitions in the construction of parameters are allowed. This is to transcend the previous limits reached in the piece, but also to go beyond the limitations of their instruments.
The proceedings and recordings were performed live in the studio. Together with multi-track recordings presented to the composer, each group as a whole needed to agree on choices made regarding the recordings and had to substantiate reasons for specific choices made in the final result. DIY microphones created a desirable restricted frequency range of sound that was selected and recorded. The recordings could be split into various frequency ranges on the computer by using normal standard microphones and multiband compressors. However, it was more challenging to focus on what had been recorded from the primary source. Recordings were judged on methods used to assemble the composition, on the interlocking combinations within a layer, or within the scope of other layers. A state of inclusiveness and completeness had to be reached. The final constructed material collected from 4 hemispheres is assigned to 4 specific levels or layers. Each sound construction is complete and allowed to self-exist on its own without assistance from other levels. It would be equally important for each layer to interlock with all other layers, providing subtle communication between electronic and acoustic media. Simplexi was created for 4 channels, disclosing 4 interactive communication possibilities. Reducing it to 2 channels forces the listener to delve deeper within the various sound fields to retrieve information. In this step, recordings are categorized and stored under the group's name. Failure to meet these standards would result in the elimination of the recordings presented.
The composer had an opportunity to raise issues with each of the 4 groups regarding the final submission. Due to numerous unresolved problems encountered by each group with regards to composition, the composer had to step in to assist or even reconstruct the submissions. Also further work with allowing the inclusion and interlocking areas in each level. With the use of effects offered by GRM tools and ecologically based C-sound granular synthesis, where the total spectral result is produced by interaction of local waveforms with mesoscale time patterns. Thus, the output is characterized by emergent properties which are not present in either global or local parameters. The presence of each group in the changes and interactions had to agree. It was of utter importance to identify the areas of correction and not to interfere with the sonic quality of the work produced by each group. The psychological impact that computerized sound has on the cognitive ability of composer, performer, improviser to follow mental processes such as attention, perception, semantic and episodic memory concepts, categorization, reasoning, decision making, procedural, conceptual learning, and consciousness are continuous communication possibilities in process, interacting at all times with these four entities in the creation of the composition. In previous years, I established an algorithm in MATLAB to tackle all the above problems. The engagement of participants performed similar analytical and selection tasks to the algorithm. One can visualize their capabilities and individual processes where execution and decision making are tackled within the group or individually. The final result is passed on to the composer, who has different analytical and skeptical opinions. At the end, selections and composition matters are voted democratically.
That was Dimitri Vuduri, presentation about the composition that we'll be listening to tonight. We'll now take a short break and return at 4 o'clock for our next component. Our second keynote speaker at Bode Electrons this year, Bode Electrons 2020, is Achim Bonhoeft from the Mozarteum in Salzburg. Achim has a link with Cape Town, a link with UCT, in that he and a number of students visited us last year and presented their work, one live concert, and also a tech talk dealing with analytical aspects of their music. The music of one of the composers that we'll be hearing tonight in a concert as well. Achim has agreed to do the second keynote presentation, in which he will be discussing computer-assisted composition processes in selected works. But that is going to be preceded by a presentation which provides a window on the work at the Studio for Electronic Music at the University Mozarteum in Salzburg. Achim.
Hello. I'm here, but I see you at the moment. I don't see my presentation.
So, coming up.
Now I see me. Very well.
Right, just one sec.
Very well. Okay. Thank you very much for having me. I hope this will work out. I see my presentation here, and I will talk a little bit about the work at the Studio for Electronic Music at the Mozarteum. Next slide, please. The studio is a very old studio. It was founded in 1958 with the help of the electronics company of Philips. Further on, it was developed as a center of electroacoustic music, and it went to the teaching field, so it was integrated to the teaching opportunities at the Mozarteum in the 70s. Before, it was not integrated completely, it was just an experimental field. It started actually with from the musics of Pierre Schaeffer at the GRM, from the idea of from the first French acoustic electroacoustic pieces. At the same time, there was the Aspective Festival founded, which is still active, and it would have happened in this March, but it has to be postponed because of the coronavirus. Many composers actually were played and were visiting this festival, including Parmigiani, Ferrari, Xenakis, and also composers like Dieter Kaufmann, François Bayle. He was there recently, 2 years ago, and Maurizio Kagel as well. Next slide, please. There were also a few technical activities developing the Music 5 software, computer software for music synthesis at the PDP-11. It was integrated actually in the University of Salzburg, and was changed into computer music studio in 1979. There was also a development of a Unix version of Music 5 made by Max Matthews at the Stanford CCRMA. And further on, it was developed from the analog studio in a modern studio for computer music, so based on computer sound synthesis. And since 2006, it went on to be a very much more modularized studio, to be more as a sort of interface for the people working in the studio, not as a studio which is set up with everything exclusively to work in the studio, so the students could work in the studio with their own equipment and just use it as an interface for loudspeaker environments. At the same time, we did a little bit vintage activities for revitalization of our old analog equipment, which we have from the 50s. Next slide, please. At the moment, we are planning a new multimedia lab with a 3D audio system. This is a short plan. This will be built actually as a new house, and it will be an experimental place for sound art, media art, and virtual reality. This house will be built in the next years, and we are hoping to have much more possibilities in the fields we are actually working in. Next slide, please. There are several perspective goals we are aiming for at the Studio of Electronic Music at the Mozarteum. In Europe, and especially in Western-speaking countries, there is a traditional separation between the instrumental and electroacoustic music in terms of teaching. And with the work in the studio, we are trying to overcome this activic separation and working in an exchangement between instrumental classes and electronic acoustic music classes to have a development which leads to one discipline of composition, not to separate disciplines in our university. So this means we are aiming for a transdisciplinary music education more and more to the future, and also with possibilities to make transdisciplinary works between stage, acting, and also with painting. And this should lead into discourse on composition on a much more broader level. Next slide, please. Our current compositional activities at the Studio for Electronic Music are first instrumental composition with a special focus on computer-assisted instrumental composition, which will be the main topic of my keynote speech, which will be at 5 p.m. The second field is the combination of instruments and live electronics made by pure data or super collider. The students will work in the field of fixed media, mainly in multi-channel pieces for fixed media concert pieces. Another part of the works are works for installations or integrated in installations. Could be acoustic installations in non-concert places, but also in concert situations, and sort of integrated soundscapes in site-specific areas. The last part is music for films or videos, and also for theater and dance. This is also all the fields we are working in, and the students were working in these fields in combination with electroacoustic music. So the presentation of this music we will do is in different places. Could be the normal concert hall, but also in architectural vacancies. So it could be in special places in the city or surrounding areas of the Mozarteum, which is much more site-specific. We are playing in museums or galleries, even in clubs, and there is also some activities which are made in outdoor situations in terms of urban interventions. Next slide, please. This leads to, and the next slide as well. Okay, this leads to some sort of rethinking of the traditional parameters we have. So there is some shifting from the idea of harmony and melody to a more general idea of sound. So it is not mainly the idea of composing note names in forms of intervals and chords. It goes more to the general description or spectral description of sounds and combination of frequencies to noise in every possible considered way to be used. And there is actually no fundamental distinction between concrete and abstract sounds in terms of instrumental sounds. Next, please. The rhythm is more defined in terms of density, which goes further than the definition of rhythm in a defined sequence of durations and rests, more in a general concepts of density per time. And it's going away from the idea of integer division of metric units, like in measures and beats, more to an idea of general duration in time. Next. The third dimension in this parameter cube is the volume, which is not the idea or not the main idea of being low and high dynamics. It's more a reinterpretation in terms of power and space. So it's the power is more a way of active and initializing motion and energy for actually producing the sounds, and it creates the reactive and movement in space in terms of energy. So it goes away from the idea of the dynamic as an expressive parameter on pitches, and this idea is more in forms of the space of near and distant, and actually having a sort of energy movement in space. Next. So if this is a sort of redefinition of musical parameters, at least in terms of a musical space, which is much more generalized compared to the description we have when we are thinking about instrumental compositions. Next, please. I will start with a piece of mine, which is called Nirvana DC. It's made for a festival in Feldkirch. This is in Austria. This has the topic of palindromes. And so I worked with every forms of palindromes in sound synthesis, which goes from the very microscopic parts, from granular synthesis and forward and backward loops of sounds, to the general form of the piece, in which almost every part of the sound is used in a forward and backward way. And this leads to a very balanced form of energy throughout the complete piece. It is made actually by the by samples from the grunge band Nirvana, and the special idea of this piece is what it was presented in a tunnel, and the 8 speakers were in a row, so that all the movement in space actually was going through the audience, going from one end from the tunnel to the other end to the tunnel. We hear a little example of this piece. Press again. Yes. Next. The next one I'd like to show you is a piece of one of our students, Alexander Bauer, which is called Gastwirtschaft Annäherung. It's actually an electronic composition for a concert installation, and the topic of this concert performance installation is the structural discrimination of people which are Austrians but have their roots in Yugoslavia, and it was a collaboration. It was presented in a sort of bar atmosphere, and based on some sound recordings he did of conversations with peoples from former Yugoslavia. He made an installation, and the people were actually sitting in this area, and the spectators immersed themselves in some sort of cosmos between a pub and a machine deck, an assembly line, or even a dream world. And it was a mix of performance, and it was and electronic music, and actually the people were sitting in between the installation. We have a little, yes, again.
fast 2 Monate nur kalt, böses gesehen. Keine Sonne.
Next. A very recent piece of one of our students is Golden Tree Alone, All One from Oskar Jockel. It's actually a reflection on the pandemic situation in which we were, and he made this piece for a class of opera students. And it was actually an internet piece because he was making instructions for the singers in which they are referring to Mozart pieces. The performers were gradually confronted with a guideline of 1 minute sequence, which they have to record on a daily basis, so to say. And they have to shape their voices in the way that they are asked to choose a particularly important word set to a music by Mozart from one of the operas. And then they got new instructions of the interpretation of sounds, and they are asked to record them all by themselves. And at the end, Oskar got 169 single results of sound parts from his instructions with words from Mozart, and then he combined everything to an overall acoustic picture with very strict rules inside, but on an acoustical level, it is more like a slow, timeless way of musical development. We will hear a short part of this composition. So in this piece, every student which had to stay at home and not working at the Mozarteum made an own contribution to a piece which actually at the end they were singing together, but in terms of an electroacoustic montage. The next piece I'd like to present is from another student from the Mozarteum. He's working in the electronic studio as well. This piece actually is an instrumental piece for 9 instruments. John is working in terms of computer-assisted composition. He used several techniques of integrating mathematical operations to construct his instrumental composition. His newest exploration for his work is the idea of working with prime numbers, and he was interested in the irregularity of the sequence of prime numbers. And he was fascinated by the irregularities which are in the prime numbers, and the idea that these irregularities are connected with the quantum mechanics, which was actually proven recently, and the idea that prime numbers are a possible way of explaining our foundations of nature, or physics, as you say. His question was if there is a feasible way to integrate prime numbers or translate prime numbers into musical elements. The way he was implementing these prime numbers was to use them as frequencies, so as numbers in hertz, to construct his spectral harmony. And he uses the irregular gaps in between the prime numbers as a way to construct the rests or pauses in his music. We will hear a little extract from this piece which is actually had to be played in a concert this summer, but the only possibility caused by the coronavirus was to make a streaming concert, though this is from a very recent streaming concert in the Mozarteum. This was a short part of the composition Pivot by John Wang, a student in composition at the University Mozarteum. Since a few years, we introduced a concert series for electroacoustic composition, which is an idea we had because in Salzburg there are many festivals and traditional festivals for electroacoustic music are not part of this, and so the idea came up to have a concert series for electroacoustic music, which is happening every Tuesday in the semester at different places in Salzburg, not only in the Mozarteum. We were thinking about this as an experimental idea, so we started with no big expectations. So we were thinking we are making this concert series as long as a few people are coming. Actually, now this concert series is over 2 years old, and we are still having the concerts each Tuesday. But in this year, there were some limitations. So we did the last sweet spot concert in March in a normal concert venue in Salzburg. But then we had to stop our activities during the summer semester. At the end of the summer semester, we came up with the idea of an soundscape outdoor concert, which was actually possible at that time. And we got the permission from the city of Salzburg to make this soundscape happening happen. And this concert or installation concert was taking place in the Mirabell Garden, normally crowded with many tourists, but this summer there were much less than in other years, so there were actually places to make a concert like this. It was called Inner Garden Post-Shutdown Soundscape, and as you can see here, several composers from different countries, from different cities were asked to provide a piece reflecting their situation during the shutdown caused to the coronavirus. So they all provided small pieces, like from 1 minute to longer pieces. And these pieces were played in 16 stations. You can see the red areas are the 16 stations in the Mirabell Garden. It was in the fountain, it was in the trees, it was in a sort of plant tunnel, and the areas were all over the Mirabell Garden. And the pieces were played with 40 different Bluetooth loudspeakers, which were installed in bushes, trees, benches, and everywhere. The people could walk through this huge installation through a whole afternoon. And there were extremely different approaches. For example, Alexander Bauer, which we heard before, did some sort of condensed recording of an entire day work. Condensed means it was an overlay of several layers of recording, concrete recording, and processed with a super collider to have a very thick, dense texture. And on the other hand, Raimonda Ziukaite, also a student in composition, did an installation called Küchenglitcht, and it was based on the conversation of her aunts in Lithuania, where she's coming from, and they talked about a get-together that was not possible at the Corona situation. So there is a little documentation we can hear now, a very short documentation in how this was happening during this installation in June of 2020. This was the last example of the activities which are happening at the moment at the Mozarteum, at the Studio for Electronic Music, and the several studies in composition and in contemporary music at the Mozarteum. And as you can see here, we are aiming to have a very broad idea of how electronic or electroacoustic music can happen in different aesthetical, technical, and concert environments. And we are quite interested in all several different possibilities in which contemporary music, contemporary electroacoustic music can happen. Thank you very much so far. And now we're going back to Theo. Yes.
Achim, thank you so much. It was extremely insightful and inspirational presentation. It spoke to me on many different levels, and I'm sure to all the students down here in Cape Town as well. May we spend a bit of time on questions, please?
Yes.
So we spoke a lot about planning for the future, or I have the impression that you have a long-term plan as to how you see the facility develops and the nature of the activities, etc. How do you reach out to younger people, or do you reach out to younger school-going people, so children, potential students of a school-going age? Do you interact at all with music programs within schools?
There is no special plans like going into schools in the way that we are going to the local schools and show our activities. But there is a pre-college institution or department at the Mozarteum where young people can study their instrument and also composition before they actually enter the bachelor-master programs. So they're coming at a very early age, let's say 12, and they can stay until they are finishing their schools. So the program for composition is actually funded only a few years ago because it's quite new. But there is also the idea to really get the contact to very young people so that they are not starting with composition when they're starting their studies in bachelor-master programs.
Yes, yes. Another question, what are the qualities that one looks for in a potential student or a young student composer? What do you value in the characteristics or the intellectual makeup of a potential young composer or a composer who's just setting out to develop an own style, their own voice? Are there characteristics, personality types almost, that you'd say are better suited to be open to newer music? What are your thoughts on that point?
I think there are two parts to this. There's the one part is that the Mozarteum is an educational institution, so there are some restrictions in terms of examinations and everything. So they have to have some sort of skills, let's say, playing an instrument, because at the moment electroacoustic music is integrated in the normal composition studies. Mm-hmm. So they are studying instrumental and electroacoustic composition at the same time. So they have to do playing an instrument, having ear education, singing in the choir, have music theory, music history, and everything. But on the other part, it's the personality of students. And this is much more than only having talents or abilities. It's more to have the idea of being open-minded for every type of aesthetic which could be composition in the future for them personally, or in the future in a more general term. I think the best idea and the best preparation for not even the studies, but for a life in electronic or in composition is the ability to extend the personal musical aesthetical horizon in a very broad way and in a continuous way. So this is also my idea of teaching, to give more or less the broadest horizon I can give, that they can choose what they are really interested in.
Fascinating. The musicology of newer music or modern music or contemporary electroacoustic music, the musicological side, the academic study of topics under the broader rubric or collection of potential topics within new music composition, is that supported at all in your program, or is it only composition as craft that features strongly?
No, in the overall composition studies, the theoretical aesthetic parts are integrated as well. So it's mainly a combination of crafts, as you say here, listening training and music styles and singing and instrumental abilities. But there's also the theory, the aesthetics, the musicology analysis, and courses in different parts. Actually, there is a quite a lot of space in our curricula to attend several very personal courses, even at the university. So not the Mozarteum, the University of Salzburg, to be able to extend the studies in a way that it fits the personal interests of the students, and this could be also integrated in the composition studies as well, and will be part of their studies in terms of collecting the credit points for the final tests.
Right, right. Final question before we just take a 5-minute breather before your next presentation, the keynote. Ensembles and informal student ensembles that are open to performing new music, to being commissioned or interact and collaborate with young composers. There must be a number of those on your campus, is that correct?
Actually, it's not the campus itself, it's the overall environment of Salzburg, the city of Salzburg. At the Mozarteum, we have a student ensemble for contemporary music, which is part of the instrumental education. And we have a collaboration with a very young ensemble called Names, which is funded at the Mozarteum. And there is also the Austrian ensemble for new music, which is based in Salzburg. So there are a few ensembles in Salzburg, but mainly it's the possibilities come from the several festivals which are based in Salzburg. So we have a lot of cultural activities over the year where the contemporary music can take place. And also there will be, or there are many possibilities for our students to have a commission or to have their pieces played in festivals or concert series. Therefore, the contemporary music at the Mozarteum is not mainly taking place in the Mozarteum, it's taking place in all over Salzburg.
Right, right. Which is a very, very positive situation. The impact that has on listening, growing audiences is you can sense it almost in the cultural life in Salzburg if one observes it from the outside. I suggest that we take a bit of a breather just to allow Achim to gather his thoughts. So we'll be back on the hour at 5 o'clock standard South African time. We've just listened to a presentation by Professor Achim Bornhöft from the Mozarteum, University Mozarteum, and he will now continue with his keynote presentation. The title is Computer-Assisted Composition in Selected Works. And whereas the presentation was serving as a broader introduction to the work that he's doing in Salzburg, the keynote is focused more on his own compositional work. Achim, thank you.
Thank you for having me here. Today I would like to speak about pieces in which I am making use of the computer assistance, especially for instrumental compositions and also with instrumental compositions and electronics. Do I see the presentation? Yes, now I see it. I hope you can see and listen as well. So this is, I will show you the techniques of this type of composition in 4 of my pieces. And we start with a piece for 4 electric guitars and live electronics. Next one, please. But first of all, I would like to make a short introduction of the idea of computer-assisted composition. The possibility of computer-assisted composition lies in the possibilities which you have using the computer as a tool for composition in comparison to instrumental composition, say on paper. You're able to make experiments in transposition, in instrumentation, let's say number of voices. You can change the durations of a musical process, and you can also change the characteristics, let's say the shape of musical development of instrumental pieces, if you're working or using the computer as a tool in a compositional process. The second part is the possibilities of working in a continuum of parametric descriptions, which means you're working in a continuum of pitches, of frequencies. You're working in a continuum of durations and time. And with computer-assisted composition, you can adapt to several possibilities or several fields in which these musical models will take place. Let's say for an instrumental version of this musical idea, you have to make a quantization of pitches from frequencies to half tones or quarter tones, to the range of instruments, and also to the range of playable intervals. In the way of converting to an instrumental score, you have to reduce maybe to the abilities of playing speeds, of realization of rhythmic complexities, and also to the specificities of instruments, of playing instruments related to bow length and breathing length and everything. Next slide. To use the musical modeling in a computer, the main foundation is that in every compositional process, there is a mix of intuition and structural work in terms of a self-reflexive improvisation. So each decision of a compositional decision is made as in parts of a structural idea and an intuitive idea. And if you consider that each decision, compositional decision, there is always more than one solution. The idea is, in working with computer-assisted composition, to be able to realize more than one solution before you actually make a decision which solution could be maybe the best for your composition. With computer-assisted models, you first create a musical model as a form of a genotype. It's a parametric description made of pitches, rhythms, dynamics, sounds, and this model is open enough to generate many possible variations of this model, which I call the phenotype of the musical model. With this, you can make some sort of experiment with your own musical idea, and you can change repeatedly the parametric environments and evaluate the outcome by listening. The thing which you normally do only in the first rehearsal with an ensemble, you do in the compositional process. Further on, the composer, when the model is done, can concentrate on the process and the model, while the computer is actually doing the calculation of this model. So that the possibilities of changing the parameters is quite easy done by the computer when the model is made. So there is a speed up of workflow, which also increases the own experience in the compositional process. And for this, and this also in a pedagogical way, it is the possibility for each composer to increase the relationship between the own musical thought and the actually acoustic and compositional reality, and really get to the point where you actually know what you're doing as a composer. And this is one of the possibilities to overcome some of the common problems in contemporary composition, the gap between a compositional structure and the actual acoustic results we hear in a concert. Next slide. The first piece is Aceton for electric guitars and live electronics. I made a sort of selection of possible notes, a selection which reduces the number of results, because this piece works with stochastic systems. So there are ways of working with probability. So the amount of outcomes is reduced by the selection, which we can see here. It's a scale which spans over several octaves, and each of the note names has a different interval environment. So it's a combination of an environment of semitones down, semitone up, semitone down, whole tone up, and whole tone down, whole tone up, and whole tone down, and semitone up. So the four different possibilities, and this leads to a scale which is at specific parts more chromatic, more diatonic, or even whole tone fields are happening in this scale. You see the square, and this is actually the square which is used in this piece, and it's including the empty strings of the guitar to be able to have several playing parameters added to the compositional possibilities. Next slide. I'm using PWGL as a compositional tool, and this is actually an output of the PWGL software. And there you can see so-called tendency masks. Tendency masks are probability masks, which are masked with an upper boundary and a lower boundary. As you can see here, the 4 guitars are all starting with a very thin probability between the upper and the lower parts, and it's actually developing to a separated area all over the whole register field for each guitar. So what is happening is it is defined the possibilities of pitches over time by the upper and lower boundary and the selection I made before. So if you evaluate a structure like this, you get different outcomes, but they are in general of the same shape. So you can play different outcomes until you actually decide which one would be the best, and this will be translated to the final score. Next one. There's also dealing with deterministic developments, so where there is no probability deviation to the structures. Here you can see the distributions of glissando movements of the first part, and there is the starting point is fixed, but it is randomly chosen if the glissando goes up and down, and it's exponentially increasing from 1 to 6 notes. So I have a sort of general description of a specific part of the composition, but there is some probability in it which is not completely fixed at the moment when the model is made. It is fixed when the score is made. Next one. The same is with the dynamics of this piece. I have a general dynamics which is a crescendo. As you can see, it starts from very low dynamics to high dynamics. But around these very linear process, I make deviations which leads to a sort of transparency of dynamics by little deviations around this general crescendo. Next one. The live electronic is made with pure data, and it includes 4 similar channels for the, as you can see here, for the 4 electric guitars. It is combining 5-voice pitch shifter, a freezer which can freeze the incoming sound. It works with 2 modulated delays, which makes several types of sound synthesis, and it uses a granular synthesis module. All these modules can be routed via a routing matrix in which they can be used several times in a recursive way, which leads to a very broad possibility of sound outcomes. Each of these channels is controlled via a media panel individually by the musician, and each of the guitars have an own control of the spatial movements, which is, as you can see on the right side, dependent on the amplitude and the pitch of the actual playing guitar. And the idea of using electric guitars is coming from the idea that the electric guitar is actually an instrument between instrumental music and electroacoustic music, because it has no own resonance. All the resonance, all sounding of this piece is coming from the computer. So next one. We will hear 2 parts of this piece, which are from the first part of the composition, and then at the end of the composition, you will hear a short example, but you can see only the first page of the score. And we will start with this tendency mask, which I showed a few slides before. This was the first example. The next example is from section 9 of this piece. You could hear the development in the first part. Here is a completely different sound environment at the end of the piece, where you can listen to the completely different use of the sound synthesis modules of the live electronic patch. This was a section of acetone for electric guitars and live electronic. The next piece I would like to present is a piece for a large orchestra, which heavily uses the possibilities of computer-assisted composition. Here you see two windows of this software I'm using, PWGL, where you can see this graphical user interface on the left side, where I'm programming a tendency structure for 16 voices of strings, which is actually a possibility to deal with a huge number of voices for this orchestra pieces. And I used this way of composition as a sketch for the orchestral score, which is then worked out manually with all the details coming additionally to this first draft of a musical model. You will hear the differences between the model, because the model sound is made with a piano, so you get an overall idea, which is quite different to the instrumentation at the end made for the big orchestra, because it's completely reduced to only one sound. We hear this structure tendency first only with this simulation in PWGL, and then the same part with the orchestra. Now we hear the version with the orchestra. The next structure I will show you is a structure which I use as in terms of a block composition for string harmonics. It's made with the use of an extended magic square, which is controlling the entry points of this structure. And here you only have random selection of natural harmonics for the strings, which are controlled with this magic square. And first we listen to the piano output, and all this examples now, which I show now, the next 3 or 4 ones, we will listen to the orchestral version in at the end, which is combined all these structures in one. So we listen to this simulation with piano sound. The next structure I will show you is a big orchestral crescendo made with frequency modulation and an increasing modulation index. It's actually a technique coming from the spectral composers of the early 80s. And I'm using this as a form of natural increasing sound masses. And we hear first the simulation for piano only. The next structure, which comes directly afterwards, is a big orchestral ritardando, and it's actually made with this tendency direction, which is shown on the right side. There you can see actually what's happening in terms of pitches. So it's in ritardando, which is moving through the pitch space, and it's thinning out at the end. We hear the simulation with the piano. And the last example is an orchestral chords with an increasing offsets of the attacks. So it's more and more turning to from a straight chord to an arpeggio chord to really a shifted chord. And at the same time, the range, the register range is reduced to the middle. We hear the simulation. And now we will hear all of the last 4 examples in a row, how they are actually happening in the orchestral piece. The third piece I would like to show you is a piece for 2 string quartets and video called The Reflecting Pool. It is using, or it is a kind of a film music for Bill Viola's video, The Reflecting Pool, from the 70s. This video splits the screen into 2 parts and is actually split the object from its reflection in the water below. I'm using this idea of splitting areas in a picture or in a video for the music, in which I use the mirror axis, which are here shown with a red line, dividing the upper part and the lower part. I'm using this for the pitch construction, and I use this separation as the golden section for the composition of duration and rests. Next one. Here you can see how I'm developing the specific parts or the possibilities of this compositional idea. I'm using a harmonic series and subharmonic series as the upper or lower part, or the object and the mirror image in this in the video of Bill Viola. Therefore, I use also the mirror of this idea to have the subharmonic in the upper part and the harmonic in the lower part. Also, the possibility of overlapping the object and the objects and the reflection, so to say, the object, the harmonic series, and the reflection as a subharmonic. And the fourth part in the middle, you see the overlapping of object and reflection musically in my piece. The durations use several general types of entry points, going from the low pitches to the high pitches, or starting with a chord and thinning out the chord, let's say from low to high in a decreasing way. It's the second element. I use block durations. I use randomly permuted durations in relation to the harmonic, and I use also combinations of both, all heavily related to the things happening in the video. Next one. I use PWGL in a specific way because I'm using so-called rules or constraint systems. Rules are actually musical rules, and I use as a rule for a probability process or a selection of random pitches. I use rules for the range of the instruments, the fingering of the instruments, and the empty strings, both for the harmonic and subharmonic section. And I have another rule which says there will be no repeated notes between all the 4 instruments at the same time. 4 instruments, the string quartet. The rules, all these rules in combination with the instrument-specific parameters limit the random selection of the pitches. So it's actually a random process, but the rules are limiting the possibilities of choice of the possible pitches to a very limited amount of playable intervals. And these intervals are chosen, you can see on the right upper part, there's the red line, and you see the construction of harmonics in the upper part, and the symmetric reflection with the subharmonic in the lower parts, which is actually played by a second string quartet or a string quartet coming from a pre-recorded tape. We are listening to the 8 chords which are here in the picture. As you can see, listens clearly, even if the music is actually a random composition, the chords are not sound like completely randomized or by chance. This is caused by the limitations made from this computer-assisted rules which I applied via PWGL. Next slide. Here you can see different variations. So you have similar variations of the same idea. And this is going throughout the whole piece. So you have this symmetric aspect of harmonic all over the whole piece. Next one. This is the piece. The quality of the video is not caused by the low bandwidth of your internet connection. It's actually the low resolution of a video coming from the 70s. The last piece I would like to show you is a piece called Waldstein for 2 pianos and 6 players. So 3 players at each of the piano. I divide the chromatic field of the piano range in 6 central playing areas for each of the player. I'm to filter out this chromatic range, I use an Euclidean algorithm, which is an algorithm used mainly for rhythms, but in general, it tries to make the most even distribution of events in a repetition of defined number of stops. As you can see on the left side, let's say you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 stops, and you try to distribute three events. This is the way the Euclidean rhythm is distributing the 3 events. On the other side, the second one is to distribute 5 in 8. If you use this not for rhythms, for chromatic notes, you see a development of 14 chromatic notes in a distribution of 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on to the whole chromatic scale at the lower part. This is actually the complete idea of this composition in terms of pitches, and this is made with software called Opus Modus, which we'll see you on the next slide. This is Opus Modus. It's a quite recent development for computer-assisted composition. It is similar to PWGL. The main difference is it is actually text-based. It looks quite complicated because it uses Lisp as a programming language, but it also has a lot of compositional shortcuts, and it has a very straightforward overview and workspace, which is seen here. On the left side, you see the actual code part, and on the right side, you see the resulting score, which is actually music XML, like in PWGL. And you see a graphic representation, which is a representation in MIDI, where you can actually see what is happening in this part of the piece. There are chords which are chosen in the range of the different players, and the number of pitches in chords is randomly chosen between 5 and 3, and it's reduced to or it's dissolved to 1, and the proportions of the durations for these chords is going from short to long. This is in ranges of probabilities, so it's not completely defined from the beginning. So if you are evaluating this structure several times, you get different results, but you will have the same registers, you have the same possibilities of chosen pitches, but maybe you have different durations or a different combination of these pitches. But the general structure will be the same for each evaluation. At the end of my presentation, we will hear a short example of this piece called Waldstein for 2 pianos. You have to press it once again. So this was a short overview of some techniques and aesthetics with the use of computer-assisted composition in instrumental pieces. Back to you, Theo.
Thank you, Achim. Thank you very much. That was most interesting, riveting presentation. A couple of questions. Maybe there's time for 2 or 3, if it is in order with you. First question.
Absolutely.
In terms of the decision-making processes that result in the definition of constraints that are applied to musical notes, to music, in order to arrive at an outcome, do these decisions fall into classes? So essentially, are constraints divided into classes, or is one completely free to define, a rule base in order to constrain potential outcome?
I think it's always, if you think that every musical choice I make, even if I don't use the computer, it's somehow by chance, because I'm taking a decision. But also my decisions are made up by rules. So in computer, I define rules. As more rules I define, the more narrow is the outcome. The idea of this constraint-based systems is I have a defined event space, which is all the possibilities I can have, and then I reduce all the possibilities, the total random, with the rules, so that I get a restricted outcome, which is close to my musical ideas. So my musical ideas are made with rules, let's say with ranges, with pitches, with durations and everything. And then I have to define the rules, and then I get some sort of decisions from these rules. The difference is, with the rules, I can have several decisions before I have my final decisions. So you can say the rules are the classes or the reduction of randomness I put on my musical decisions.
I see. And then another question. Hypothetical situation, you have the luxury of coming up with a rule set and trying it out, so to speak, on a full symphony orchestra. Hypothetical situation. Compared to the situation where you have the same rule set coming up, constraints arrived at, but you have to audition the outcome this time with symphonic orchestra, so acoustic instruments that are generated by sound cards, so MIDI samples or some such. Will your decision differ, or the outcome, the outcome that you choose, will it differ depending on whether you're auditioning a live symphony orchestra compared to auditioning the sound card output?
Most probably, because even if I'm not using extended techniques in the orchestra, even if I have a very, very good sound library, there is a big difference between this two-dimensional output from the computer and the much more spatial outcome, which is in a rehearsal with a symphonic orchestra. So if I would have the privilege to work with an orchestra, I would probably use both, make the structure before, then go and rehearse it with the orchestra, take my decision back home, and so forth, changing the model and going back to the symphonic orchestra. I will probably never have this privilege to work like this, unfortunately.
Right. Professor Achim Bonhoeft, thank you for the time that you've taken to prepare two fantastic presentations for us. We do hope that we can invite you back again, and all the best with the future planning of your institutional build-up and the future of new music in Salzburg. Thank you so much.
Thank you much. Thank you so much for having me. See you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Our final presentation for the day features Tamara Ringas and Ryan Volhuter. Tamara is a computer science major here at UCT, and she had a couple of years ago decided to also choose tech as an elective, and Ryan is a freelance engineer. They'll be speaking about the challenges associated with distributed computing and instrument making, instrument building, so electroacoustic instruments or electronic instruments based upon the idea of a distributed network system. So Tamara and Ryan, over to you.
Hi everyone, thank you here. Yes, so our talk is on tool sets for making distributed instruments on the Internet of Musical Things. And it'll be slide-based.
Cool. Right.
Cool. Cool. So the motivations for distributed instruments. In the lockdown this year, I really struggled to keep working with other musicians and keep collaborating online. I tried a few proprietary software for jamming online, and none of them really worked. Then I tried Ableton Link, and that worked really well, but a lot of producers use other DAWs, or people don't have DAWs, so we needed something else. I work with a group called Music Dance, and it's a group of musicians and dancers, and we do improv shows. For that, we tried Skype, but there were algorithms in Skype that reduced background noise, and they cut out the sounds of the music of the musicians, so that didn't work. So then we tried Zoom, which limited how many people could view the performances, and also people would go out of sync, and we wouldn't know how out of sync they were, or who was in sync and who wasn't. So that presented a bunch of challenges. And also in one of the performances, Zoom just crashed, and then I disappeared. Luckily, I wasn't the only musician, but by the time I came back, I had to restart my computer, and the flow had definitely been lost. So there's definitely a need for musicians to have a platform where they can continue to collaborate online during the pandemic, which inspired my idea for just more of a distributed systems, because it's more reliable. And then from there, I got the idea to build a distributed instrument where, let's say, someone else is using Logic and I'm using Ableton, we can still work together on our different software. Or it doesn't have to necessarily be a DAW. You could link multiple either visual artists or live coders or musicians together. So those are what we mean when we say distributed instrument. That's what we have in mind.
Yeah, so it seems to me that the biggest problem that you experience, and that other musicians I've spoken to have experienced regarding jamming online, has been about synchronization. And about keeping everything in time, making sure that you know what I'm doing and I know what you're doing. And really, it's no surprise that Zoom didn't do very well for that, because Zoom was not made for musicians. They didn't have them in mind. And Zoom makes no effort to actually do that for you.
Yeah, it doesn't need to.
Yeah, it prioritizes other things, like to keep the video feed at high definition, for example.
Yeah.
So that's where the need comes in.
Yes. And the inspiration for these kind of systems is also in working software in other realms, like online gaming. They can't tolerate any milliseconds of lag, because if they did, that would mean a lost game. So they have like software that's always in sync. And
and what exists now, like we have games that involve thousands or even sometimes tens of thousands of people who are collaborating or playing with each other in real time. So yes, and then above that you have platforms like Twitch, which allow you to then stream those videos to thousands of viewers and have them interact real time. So the software does already exist. We just need to now make a music version. Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned Twitch as well, because Twitch is for gamers. It was made originally for gamers, and it facilitates the pretty difficult problem of streaming video. That's already a ton of data that needs to get moved, and then also keeping things in sync while doing that. And they've solved it pretty well. So yeah, I completely agree that what we want to do is to bring that kind of solution to the world of music. When it comes to how we are going to synchronize a musical performance across oceans, we can first think how we would do that in a room together. How do musicians synchronize their performances in the real world? How do we coordinate live musical performances? And for hundreds of years now, we have relied on a wireless analog communication device to do it, the stick. The conductor uses this stick to control this unbelievably complex thing that is a musical performance. And what's important to note about this is that the conductor doesn't actually control the performance, in the sense that the conductor isn't performing open brain surgery on the performers and making them do any given thing. All she can do is give suggestions to them and say, essentially, please play at this tempo, please play at this level of intensity. And we can learn a lot from how effective the baton is for controlling live performances in terms of controlling digital musical performances.
Yes. So in an orchestra, one single person keeps the time and everyone else watches them and sings with them. And that's one way of sending musical timing signals to other musicians. But there are other systems, like let's say for a group of musicians jamming together, then there are different rules for sending each other messages. Anyone can change the tempo if they just indicate to the other musicians that that is their intention. But the rule would be like, we can't all decide to do that at the same time. And if I do indicate to you, like, sure, or maybe I'm thinking of changing the key or something, you must respond. So we can take how musicians communicate these ideas with themselves and apply it to electronic instruments. And as long as we follow the rules, or we could call them protocols, for sending these signals or messages of musical content, then we can manage to stay in communication and in sync with each other.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned protocol, so I think maybe we can define that term just to make things clearer. So a protocol is just a set of rules that are followed to do a given thing. So if you imagine like how you meet the emperor in feudal Japan, the protocol is you first bow and then you have to make the right address and so on, and that's the protocol that must be followed. And then the same thing can apply in musicians. So we're in a band and we're performing together, and we have rules, not necessarily written down, that we both have to follow, so we speak the same language. And that's what really matters, is that we both know how to perform the actions. Like, you know how to change tempo and how to keep time, and so do I. And we manage to sync our tempo just by communicating with each other.
Yes. So all we really need to know is the message we want to send and how to communicate it, just how we should send it. Like, I might raise my eyebrows at you or something like that, or a conductor will use the baton. So in message passing in electronic sense, you don't have to think about how the message is going to get sent itself. You just have to think about what you want to say and how you need to format to say it. You can think of the postal service, actually, and writing a letter to someone. All I need to know is how to format my letter and what I want to say in my letter. I don't need to worry about the fact that it might take a train or a bus to get there.
The transport layer is irrelevant, as we would say in computer science. So essentially, when it comes to messages, it doesn't really matter if it's music or if it's battle plans or if it's juicy gossip. The point is that to send a message, you need to have some means of packaging your message, like you mentioned, the postal service. So in this case, that would be the envelope and the letter and the how you write the address on it and so on. And then you also need some means of moving the message to where you need it to be. So in the case of the postal service, it could literally be a person who will take that letter and carry it to whatever place, wherever person you need to send it to. But in the digital realm, that could be a wire that carries your message, and the letter could be a way of packaging up the message. like, for example, with MIDI.
Yes, and it's just important to remember that you don't have to worry about how it goes through the wire, because it just will if you format your MIDI message correctly.
Exactly, that's kind of the point of MIDI as well, is that you don't want, imagine a world where a musician had to know exactly how the electrical signals get sent down a wire in order to play a keyboard. I mean, it's totally unnecessary. So we intentionally avoid making people worry about how the message is actually going to be sent.
So we've been talking about a distributed instrument. Maybe we should describe what a distributed system is.
Yeah.
It's a system made of components or devices that are located on separate computers. These computers are usually physically separate, sometimes over huge distances, and the components have to communicate together to stay on the same task and to work together, and they can only do this by passing messages in the same way an orchestra would with a conductor and a baton.
Exactly. So, I mean, it's important that they can only communicate by passing messages. There's no, if you have a computer that's in the North Pole and another one that's in Christchurch in New Zealand, they are not linked in any way. So if you want to have them work together, the only option you have is to send messages between the two.
Yes. Some benefits of distributed systems is they're scalable, which means if I have 2 computers or 64 computers, it should still run in much the same way.
Yes.
And we call that horizontal scalability.
Yeah, exactly. So if I've got 5 computers that are all linked together and they are communicating with each other and performing various tasks, since that's already set up as a distributed system, that means that it's not difficult for me to add another computer and bring it up to 6, because they can still follow the same path and still perform the same actions. There's just more of them doing the job now.
Yeah, because they're all just doing the same thing with passing messages, adhering to the message passing rules or protocols. Distributed systems are very reliable and fault tolerant, which means, for instance, in the Zoom call, when some error happened, my whole Zoom call crashed. That won't happen in a distributed system. If one computer has an issue, it just stops what it's doing, and all the other computers continue as they were. Yeah. And that's why the scalability is important, because the more computers you have, the less likely one error in one machine will have any effect on our instrument.
Yeah, in general, it's more reliable to have more than one computer. If you think about it, you can't have a perfectly reliable system that runs on one computer, because if that computer gets hit by lightning, then it's broken. Yeah. So you have to have at least 2 machines, one that can take over in the event of a catastrophe. So in the case of a musical performance, we want to have it so that instead of something goes wrong, the entire thing is totally derailed. We want to actually have it so that we can isolate the thing that goes wrong, and as we would say, the show can go on.
Yes. And distributed systems are very efficient. And the reason why is because they use concurrency, which just means that they all work in a synchronized way on split up versions of the task, and they pull that together to do tasks quicker and more efficiently.
Yeah. So we've been speaking about distributed systems, and in the world of computer science, you can't bring up distributed systems without mentioning my personal hero, my favorite programmer of all time, Joe Armstrong. He was a genius programmer and engineer, though he'd never call himself that. He was extremely humble. And he introduced some revolutionary ideas in the world of computing, in particular with distributed systems. So he was a programmer in the 1980s working for a telecom giant, Ericsson, and they were faced with a very difficult problem, which was, how do you manage tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even millions of telephone calls that are all being routed in all different places, connecting to people on other sides of the country, sometimes having a conference call that connects 10 people, and how do you manage all of these things that are happening at the same time? So he invented a new programming language called Erlang to solve these problems. And so he is famous in the world of computer science for that. And in around 2016 to about 2018, he retired, and he decided in his retirement it was time to pursue his other true passion in life, which is music. And he, as a classically trained pianist, he really knows what he's doing, but he wanted to apply what he'd been doing in the world of computer science to music. And when he was giving a conference in around 2016, he met none other than Sam Aaron, creator of Sonic Pi. Those two got to talking, and he put forward this idea to Sam Aaron of creating a distributed instrument, a way of making music that allows people to have various programs running on various computers and to collaborate. And he pushed for this idea quite hard. They gave a talk together, and he demonstrated the principles behind how this could be done. He made proofs of concept that worked really well. And just as we were approaching the year 2020, when distributed instruments would become super necessary, and these ideas that he was putting forward would have been most helpful, he passed away tragically at the age of 68, from pulmonary fibrosis, and he was gone. And his idea of distributed systems almost died with him, because Sam Aaron is too busy working on Sonic Pi and his projects to deal with this idea of a distributed instrument. No one else is pushing him forward after his passing. So Tamara and I have decided that we want to pick up the torch and push forward for this idea of a distributed instrument, and to continue his work and to bring that into existence in a way that would be so useful to us now in this post-pandemic world.
Yes. And the key to how he said you can make a distributed instrument, he discovered when he was looking at Super Collider.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So when he started working with Sam Aaron, who created Sonic Pi, he wanted to know, okay, well, how can I remote control Sonic Pi? How can I make it make a noise from somewhere else? And he said, okay, we'll just send a message to it. So in the process of doing that, he ended up digging around in Sonic Pi's code and to see how it works. And he discovered that Sonic Pi is actually built on top of Super Collider. And then when he took a look at Super Collider and how that works, he discovered that it actually has this really beautiful architecture where the thing that tells the machine to make a sound and the thing that actually does the sound making are kept separate in a server and an engine. And the way that Super Collider actually communicates essentially with itself is by using a protocol called Open Sound Control. And when he discovered that, Open Sound Control has amazing potential, not only in music, but actually for wider applications, as we will soon explain.
Cool. So what is Open Sound Control? It is a protocol for communication among computers. It can facilitate messages among computers, synthesizers, and other multimedia devices. But it is not limited to controlling audio devices. It can really control anything. It could even be called Open Anything Control. It is optimized for modern networking technology, which is really great these days.
Yeah, that's what we need.
And that's why it lends itself to a distributed instrument. And it's an integral part of Super Collider, where it is used to facilitate communication between the server and the sound engine. Some of the current areas of application for OSC, but there are many more, are music, video, and lighting control, sensor and gesture-based electronic musical instruments, mapping non-musical data to sound parameters, and networked musical performances.
And it's really amazing how many areas of application there are. And it's because of the nature of Open Sound Control. It's able to send a message that is a number or a string of text or any other arbitrary blob of data.
Colors,
colors like RGB values. So you could use OSC to control your musical instrument, but you could also use OSC to control your lighting on stage. And you could also use it to control an animatronic robot that waves its hands like it doesn't care. You could control all of these things using the same communication protocol, which has huge implications.
Yes. Cool. This is just the comparison between OSC and MIDI, which is the message passing protocol that's used for synths and sending that information to computers.
Yeah, so just to clarify right now, if you were to say, how do you send a musical message from a musical instrument, you would be told, use MIDI. MIDI is the answer. It is the thing that you're supposed to use.
Yeah.
But I mean, is that really the best idea?
Well, let's look at the table. So yeah, MIDI stands for Musical Instrument Digital Interface. It was invented nearly a quarter century ago now.
Yeah, in the 80s.
And yeah, when it was invented, it already had some limitations.
Yeah, and I mean, if you tell me you're doing something the same way you were doing it in the 80s, doesn't really matter what it is. That sets off some red flags for me. Like,
Especially
are you
the
sure?
technology.
Yeah, like, are you sure it's still the best option?
So yeah, in OSC, the message types are human readable and you define them yourself. In MIDI, they are byte encoded, which means it's just a string of ones and zeros, and it has to follow a predetermined formula.
Yeah.
So you can look at someone's MIDI message and you won't ever know what it's saying or when it was saying it.
11001111. Very useful. Thanks a lot for that.
With MIDI, you can only send 1 byte integers, and all that can really say is when to play a note, when to not play what note, and how long to and how loud to play it, which is the velocity.
Yeah.
With OSC, you can send most data formats, numbers, text, color values, and entire MIDI messages.
So you can basically make an OSC to MIDI converter, and OSC can control. It can do everything that MIDI can do, literally, plus all this other stuff.
Yeah. And an important thing about OSC that it also has is time tagging. So there are timestamps in each OSC message, or you can say to send an OSC message at a specific time tag, which is why it should be used for distributed instruments over MIDI, because there's no way to sync MIDI messages because you have no idea of when they were played.
Yeah, like so when you, with the way that all that MIDI can do is you receive a MIDI message, and you better hope that when you received it is also when it was played. Like it says note on, and I mean, let's pray that that it was pressed at the time that it arrived, which is actually not even possible because nothing happens instantaneously.
Yeah.
Right. Whereas with OSC, you can actually include some information there, like this was played at this time, and then you could have the computer check, is this thing synced or not?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, so that's really great about OSC. Another great thing is you can send it over LAN or you can send it over the internet. So it can be used to create a completely distributed instrument, whereas MIDI is only cable-based transfer.
I mean, a cable. Like in 2020, the idea of saying, yeah, you just need to use a cable. I mean, you know, we're kind of post-cable in this current world.
And OSC uses pre-existing network transfer protocols.
Yeah, and anything that may come in the future, because it is just a protocol that you can turn messages into ones and zeros and pipe it down any pipe you like.
So when we say in the table here, UDP and TCP, those are just some protocols for sending data in the internet that have been around for ages. TCP is for like streaming data. And you can send web sockets, which is great, so you can interface with web apps.
Yeah, WebSockets are what's usually used for real-time web apps nowadays. So having it work in WebSockets is fantastic, because then you could be connecting web apps, musical web apps like this.
Which is great, because then you can use all the cool new technologies that are being brought out on the web. One of them is WebRTC, which is used for, it stands for Web Real-Time Communication. And you can use that to stream audio and video in your app. The OSC has unlimited channels, but MIDI is stuck to 16. So if you want to do an ambisonic composition, for instance, you can only send, you would have to use OSC to have enough channels. And also, it doesn't have to be musical channels, so you can send a whole bunch of different types of data, and you can, you just have a lot more things you can control in OSC.
Yeah, I mean, to me, unlimited is a lot better than 16. I mean, 16 seems like a very small number to me. I mean, I'm not a musician, but it doesn't seem, I don't like being limited to only 16 of things.
And OSC is just way faster than MIDI, even though it's going over oceans.
Yeah, it's essentially just limited to the speed of the internet connection or whatever other transport you're using.
Yeah.
And nowadays, we have extremely fast connections that are way faster than, what is that, 31,250 bits a second. I mean, we have connections that are literally millions of times faster than that.
Yeah, and as internet gets faster, OSC can just scale up with that. When I've been looking at how to use OSC on music technology forums, or even in one of Julia Smith's Stanford digital signal processing papers, I've noticed a lot of misconceptions that music technologists seem to hold about open sound control. So there's 4 here that I would just love to clarify, because OSC should really be adopted, and it's a great technology. Okay, so as we've mentioned, OSC can be used with any networking protocol. A lot of musicians seem to think you can only use the UDP way of sending messages.
So just to clarify, UDP in this case is like a postal service. So it doesn't matter if you're using UPS or DHL or whatever to carry your message. You could use the same letter that you just put into an envelope could be carried by whatever carrier you like. So you could use UDP or TCP or WebSockets or any other communication protocol. It doesn't matter as long as you've got the messages packaged up into OSC.
Yeah, the next misconception, OSC can be sent anywhere that there's an internet connection.
Yeah.
Some people think that you don't have guaranteed message passing with OSC, and it is guaranteed with MIDI. It is not guaranteed with either, but there are protocols in place with some of the networking protocols like TCP where you check if the message was sent. So OSC can check if the message was or wasn't sent, whereas MIDI has no way of knowing. I'm sure a lot of you have experienced you send a MIDI note off message and the note stays on. And that's
so when you told me about this note off problem, I was actually quite shocked, because as a software engineer in the world of the web, we have what's called TCP. And what TCP essentially does is it makes a connection, and it has a way of checking that messages go through. And if it sees that a message hasn't been sent, it resends it. And that is just how the internet generally works. So, I mean, of course you want to be able to use something like that with a musical instrument to fix the note off problem.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what you can do with OSC.
And yeah, OSC has been proven to be orders faster than MIDI.
Way, yeah. Orders of magnitude.
Cool. So how do you send an OSC message? Firstly, you would choose which protocol you want to use. Let's say UDP. That's the one that most musicians use, and except for one synth, all of Super Collider uses OSC over UDP. Once you've decided how to send it, and you follow that protocol, and they're very easy to look up. Inside an OSC message, you have an address saying where in the device you're going to send it to. So I might have several OSC messages going into Super Collider, but in the address area at the beginning of the OSC message, I'll say it's going to my gate parameter.
Yeah, and then another one that's going to this oscillator.
And then you have a type tag to say what kind of data am I sending.
Yeah, like a number.
Yeah, or text or whatever. And then, yeah, you enclose the data itself, and that's all that goes into it. And then beyond using the right protocol that you've chosen, you don't have to worry about how it gets to the other, the receiving port at all.
Yeah.
Cool. So we, in our tool set, are recommending 2 languages that we think would be great for creating a distributed instrument.
Yeah, so Joe Armstrong, my hero and someone I'm aspiring to be more like, when he created that programming language to deal with these millions of concurrent connections, the language he created is called Erlang. And Erlang, you've probably never heard of it, but you've definitely used it if you've ever used WhatsApp, for example, which is able to power its literally billions of connections happening at the same time using Erlang. And you may be wondering, if this thing is so great for making concurrent connections, then why, and music is such a concurrent thing, why haven't you ever heard of it and seen it in the space? And the reason is that Erlang is a really ugly programming language. It's actually known in the world of programmers for being pretty obtuse, difficult to understand. Its syntax is very different from most other programming languages. And it tends to have the impression on people to take one look at it and then say, okay, I'm done with that. But it is extremely powerful and extremely useful. So now there is a new language called Elixir that's recently come onto the scene that is essentially a new face on Erlang. Its code gets compiled down to the same ones and zeros essentially, and it allows you to do all of the same amazing concurrency and distributed system things. But its syntax is absolutely amazing because it's a programming language, a functional programming language that focuses on the idea of transforming data rather than being sequences of steps. It's rather transformations that get applied. So if you take a look at this example we have over here, it shows you how Elixir syntax looks. And so, for example, you've got an oscillator that you're trying to create, and you're saying the oscillator equals, it is your input signal, and then we have this symbol that's the pipe operator, which literally means take this and put it into that function. So you take the input signal, pipe it into your modulator, pipe that output into your amp, and then pipe that out into your reverb, and then you can use your oscillator. So I think anybody who knows signal processing would be able to take a look at this and understand it. It's really intuitive. So in my opinion, Elixir is the perfect language for building musical applications because it's literally perfectly aligned with concurrency. Music is always so concurrent. With transforming data as a process, that's exactly what signal processing is. So I am actually using Elixir in my personal projects and getting involved in it in a huge way in the world of web development because it is becoming extremely popular for making distributed web applications. It's now rapidly becoming one of the most popular options for building web servers. So, and now it's also rocketing to stardom in the world of the Internet of Things. So in Elixir, we have a lot of what are called frameworks, those sets of code that you can use to do various things. And you know that Elixir is cool because all of the frameworks have really cool names. The one that you use to make web servers is called Phoenix, and it's rapidly becoming one of the most popular options for making servers because of how unbelievably reliable it is and how excellent it is at maintaining many connections, people, users on your websites. And it was only a matter of time before people would realize that, of course, this would also be perfect for the Internet of Things. You're trying to manage a whole bunch of things that are connected together. And now we have something called NERVs, the NERVs framework, which is used for building Internet of Things applications. And what's so incredible about NERVs is that it allows you to use the same language, Elixir, and the same framework to communicate with a ridiculous array of devices. You can speak to your fridge, and you can speak to your Raspberry Pi, and you can speak to your laptop, and you can speak to your phone with the same code. You can use the same application on all of these devices. You don't have to understand esoteric domain-specific stuff, which is amazing. And then on top of that, we also have a new framework that came out in 2019 called Membrane, which is going to be absolutely revolutionary in the world of streaming. They have implemented all kinds of audio and video streaming codecs that allow you to use the same application, the same code to stream video, to stream audio in every format you can think of. I mean, Tamara, how many different formats does it support?
I think all of them.
Yeah, like
it has
literally
a very
everything.
clever way of abstracting over it, so it doesn't actually matter. Even if someone invents a new audio format, you can still send it in the same way you send any other kind of audio format, which is quite revolutionary.
Exactly. So I mean, people, and I even know as a non-musician that the world of audio formats can be quite confusing and complicated. And this is an amazing solution to that because instead of you having to go and learn how all of these formats work, they do that for you, and then they expose what we would call a clean API. So basically, what you need to do to get this thing to work will stay the same, and then they will handle the messy details on your behalf.
So yeah, Elixir also comes with all these great frameworks you can use. So what do we mean when we say the Internet of Musical Things? So in the world of the Internet of Things, musical things are devices capable of sensing, processing, and exchanging data for musical purposes. The Internet of Musical Things is the ensemble of interfaces, data, and protocols that enable interactions between humans and musical things, or between musical things themselves.
Yeah, so what we're proposing then is we have this solution that's so amazing for doing Internet of Things, Elixir, and this solution that's so great at sending messages, OSC, and we're saying that we can combine these things together into a tool set that will enable people to move to the next level of making Internet of Things, Internet of Musical Things, distributed musical instruments.
So you build a distributed network out of using Elixir, and then you send OSC messages through it, which we've practiced doing, and it works very well. I've really struggled to find many Internet of Musical Things academic papers, but of the few I was able to find, these two that I mentioned here were very interesting to me because they made it seem like the Internet of Musical Things is a far-off goal that won't be possible.
Yeah, like it's something, the technologies needed to enable this are maybe coming soon, sometime in the future. Like, as if we definitely don't have them now.
And I was quite shocked to see the one was published by the IEEE, which are one of the biggest professional tech associations.
Yeah.
And they are both published both this year and last year, so it's very recent. And if you look at things through a Elixir lens, all of these problems or challenges that they outline are very solvable. So the first one is for musical applications, the latency must be in the order of milliseconds. Well, that's a solved problem.
I mean, to me, it's shocking to see people saying, oh, if we could only have latency in the order of milliseconds. I mean, this is like, you don't see problems like this in the world of video streaming, in the world of online gaming. I mean, latency in milliseconds is just sort of assumed. Like, we are definitely able to build systems that have latency in the order of milliseconds.
And using Elixir and OSC, the only limiting factor would be an internet connection. So latency that's greater than milliseconds is unlikely.
Yeah.
Next one is the synchronization of audio streams produced by devices that don't share the same clock can be very challenging. And that's why we're suggesting that for any Internet of Musical Things, it has to be a distributed system. And Elixir is particularly good at clocking many machines together. It has some really good...
Yeah, to me, I mean, to say you would need to have the devices be synchronized. I mean, as if we don't have ways of doing it like that. We have so many critical systems right now that are running that must be synchronized. Like, this technology already exists. Like in Elixir and Erlang, this is all already built into the system. We have ways of checking that the clock is in sync with itself, with all the other nodes in the network, and with the internet time as found by atomic clocks elsewhere in the world.
Yeah, so every few seconds or so, it checks itself against the other nodes in the network or the other instruments and computers. And then it checks against internet time, and I think 3 other times of time, like seconds elapsed from epoch, and many things.
Yeah, they have several different redundancies to make sure that it stays in sync.
So it will always stay in sync, most probably. The next one is even if devices initially share the same clock, they need a resynchronization procedure from time to time. Elixir does that just by its nature.
Yeah, it's already built in. I mean,
it calls a function to check, am I in time with everyone? That's
yeah. I mean, to say, I mean, this phrasing that, you know, they need a resynchronization procedure from time to time, as if that's some kind of difficult thing to achieve. Like, how are we ever going to program a thing that resynchronizes the clocks? I mean, that's not exactly rocket science. It's already been built in. You don't even need to do it yourself.
Yeah, which is great. And then the last one that I just wanted to outline is that they say it's very difficult to make Internet of Musical applications because there are many different audio and visual file formats. And as we explained with Membrane, you don't have to actually worry about that anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, why you don't need to go and implement a thing that understands whatever new audio codec because it's already been done for you. You just need to use the tool. The tool's already there.
I just felt it was necessary to maybe mention these papers because I don't want other music technologists to see them and get put off or dissuaded because it's a very doable project.
Yeah.
And I really hope that many music technologists can start their own Internet of Musical Things projects. Here's just an example of how you could set up a distributed instrument. So you have your server, and that'll connect to all the other nodes or computers or instruments, and it keeps everyone in time. On each of these nodes or computers, there'll be Elixir running, and they're all running the same application, which is keeping them in check with the server, but it's also sending and receiving OSC messages.
Yeah, so just to clarify, it's the same app. Like I can install the app on my device that's running SuperCollider, and I can install the same app on the device that's being used to be the server.
Yeah, we just put it in the terminal, so any computer already has it. It doesn't matter if you switch between Ableton and SuperCollider anymore. one computer.
Yeah, that logic all runs on the same application, and I don't need to write separate applications to handle each of these individual things.
Yeah, so this is great because this is something I struggle with not being able to do, and I'm really excited to be able to do. Is I like to make like ambient synths in BCB Rack, and I like to make sequences in pure data with like instruments I've made in Forced, and then I want to write my melodies in Super Collider. And what I currently have to do is I have to record the whole thing and then export it and then put it all into Ableton and listen back. But if you set up a distributed network, then you can compose with all of these things in real time simultaneously. And you can also have, you can send the same message to Super Collider and to processing. So processing can create reactive visuals, and then you could also have something like the Unreal Engine creating a virtual environment to put those visuals in. And this is also possible because these can be on separate machines. So you aren't going to overload one computer by having both Ableton and the Unreal Engine on it. That'll be really great for musicians to be able to play.
Yeah, and it's amazing as well because now we're talking about not needing to have different code, not needing to have a different programming language, not even needing to have a different application that you can use to control these things that produce sounds, these things that show visuals, these things that, virtual reality, controlling everything using the same technology. So if you can empower someone to be able to use this one thing, look at all of the diverse applications that they can then do and all the amazing things that they can create by combining these things.
And all they would have to do is learn one new language, Elixir, and it's great that it's a functional programming language. I won't explain too much about what that means in computer science, but it really, that idea of this chaining data in through itself as you perform operations, it really lends itself to signal processing and music. So yeah, by learning Elixir, you could have all of these applications running at once. We're working on an ongoing research project. We're creating a distributed instrument for audiovisual composition. I'm going to compose on it, and the composition will be called Anthropogenic Soundscapes for the Internet of Musical Things. The inspiration for the composition comes from Martin Ramori's 2019 installation Promenade Anecdote, where he explored concepts of anecdotal music and klangdias, which are the everyday sound recordings that one can take like holiday pictures and you can assemble them like sound slides. So that's the concept for the composition. And I'm going to take sound slides from, I have an electromagnetic sensor that records electromagnetic radiation and steps it down to audio frequencies. And then I'll have that in one of my software, and then I'm going to have I think 6 or so different softwares connected through the distributed network to create a composition from it. We'll make sure that the project is open source, and we are inviting other musicians and coders, especially the Elixir ones we found that use OSC, to join us. And we should really get together and make Internet of Musical Things applications. If you use this tool set, you have some future projects that you could make with these distributed instruments. So as I said, you can compose with many music programs in real time simultaneously. It can enable worldwide real-time collaboration of electronic musicians with DJs, visual artists, and live coders, which could also be great because then you can have live coding lessons with someone in a different country, or there's not really any applications as it stands where DJs can work remote and sync together.
Yeah, and also Meryl in her talk earlier was talking about the difficulties being faced now by trying to have remote music lessons and the lack of a platform for doing that. And this is exactly the kind of thing that could be solved with this new tool set. We could be making real-time music lessons that allow a music teacher and a student to make music together, to assess how the student is doing, and to express their creativity.
Yes, and it doesn't matter if the teacher's using Ableton and the student can't afford it, because you can have Ableton sending and receiving messages without having to be on the student's computer. One important thing that I think was a great idea for making these distributed systems work is instead of sending to you audio that's already compiled, I can, and I can distribute that to you, but that would be quite a large file, and it might introduce lag or latency. So instead of doing that, if you have Super Collider on your computer, I just send your computer the information on how to produce the sound on your computer. So all I'm sending is just many fewer bytes. And yeah, that's an idea from Joe Armstrong where he says, don't send the data to the code, send the code to the data. And that's why you can have such reduced latency with a distributed system like this.
Absolutely. Like if you can imagine having a server somewhere in some other country even that's connecting two musicians together and they want to have the same sound play on each of their devices. There's no need to ship off this huge sound file or wave file that's like 100 megabytes now uncompressed to the server, perform some logic on it, and then send it back again. Now it's just as big, but it's just another wave file that's been transformed. If we have the same starting point, like the same oscillator, for example, on each of our computers, then all I need to do is tell you what I'm doing to the oscillator. And that is just a couple of lines of code. I mean, text. So this is a couple of bytes, maybe even just a couple of bits, as opposed to this enormous wave file that would need to be moved around for no reason. I mean, we're going to send this wave file to the server in Bangladesh, and there's no one even there to hear it.
Yeah, and Alexa has built-in functions that then, if I send you text in an OSC message, then if there's code in that text, you can run it in your command line, which is why you can have them controlling each other's computers and creating sound where it's going to be played. But then also if you still use OSC messages over WebRTC, then you can stream audio and visuals without having to make it on the other person's computer. So you can do both, but I do think it would work best with me telling your computer how to make the sounds as opposed to sending you the compiled sounds. Another application that someone could make is a synchronized performance in different countries. It's kind of like the Earth Dance idea, but instead of just being an event that's happening at the same time in different places, the music itself will actually be synchronized, and you can have DJs doing those verses where they both DJ together, but they don't have to be in the same country. And another idea could be distributing computationally heavy composition and synthesis tasks across multiple machines, which is the one I'm most excited about because heavy synthesis algorithms, for instance, might crash my computer. But if I can use multiple computers or rent time on someone else's computer, then I can just send them how to make a really cool wavetable or something. And I think it can lead to really cool new sound discovery.
Absolutely. And in the world of computer science, like in machine learning, for example, machine learning tends to have some very computationally intensive tasks. It's a ton of numbers that need to be crunched, for example. And it's very common now to ship off that work, to outsource it to a computer on the cloud somewhere else. So instead of me having to spend 100,000 Rand on an absolutely massive machine that could crunch these numbers for me, I could just rent time on an absolutely massive machine somewhere else, quickly send a message, ask for the numbers to be crunched, and then receive them back. And that same thing can be done for these computationally intensive music tasks.
And what's also cool is then, if I can do that, I can also make maybe I'll get a Raspberry Pi, and then you can get a cheap, small computer that could be your designated, I don't know, Markov chain creator or your, for like a certain synthesis algorithm. And then you can have other musicians running their synthesis algorithms on that machine that's dedicated just for doing that, which is, I think, quite an exciting application that you can have. And I really hope that as many programmers and music technologists as possible can start doing some of these projects. We really want people to pick this up and take these ideas forward. Cool. So just to summarize, our tool set for the Internet of Musical Things that we are suggesting is non-negotiable open sound control.
Honestly, we should have moved away from MIDI decades ago.
Yeah.
I mean...
And it's so versatile, and it's so easy to actually use that I really think, if nothing else, at least music technologists should start adopting open sound control more readily.
Yeah. And then Elixir. So there are many different ways of using open sound control. Whatever programming language you like, you can bet that there's a library for doing open sound control in it. But in my opinion, Elixir is absolutely the best for this task. It's fantastic at facilitating concurrency. It's built for making distributed systems, and it's really powerful, really fast, and very intuitive and easy to use. And then inside of the Elixir world, you have the Phoenix framework for making real-time web applications and servers. You have the NERVS framework for making Internet of Things devices, and you have the Membrane framework for streaming audio and visual data. So that tool set combined, I think, is going to be the most powerful way to do this kind of application going forward.
Yes, and there are a few books available to, if you don't know how to program, there are books that let you learn programming in Elixir. And I think that's especially great for musicians, because I really believe that musicians should learn functional programming languages for manipulating sounds. Another nice thing to add to the tool set is hardware, because for Internet of Musical Things, there should be some hardware involved, but it doesn't have to be. So things like Raspberry Pis, a lot of them have Wi-Fi, and then you can just add them to your distributed instrument and
yeah. I mean, now the cost of a Raspberry Pi or a similar device is so low that there's really nothing stopping you from putting a computer in your guitar. There are pickups that cost 10 times what a Raspberry Pi costs that people don't even blink at. So you can easily turn any instrument into a smart device these days.
Yeah, and if a Raspberry Pi seems a bit like too much of an investment, then there's this cool company called BeagleBoard. And they are low power open source single board computers, and the idea is also that you can take them apart and use which parts of them you need for certain projects, so you don't have to get a whole Raspberry Pi computer. Thank you.
So if anyone wants to reach out to us through our emails, we are very keen to collaborate with any programmers, musicians, music technologists, anyone that wants to work on bringing the idea of the Internet of Musical Things forward. We'd absolutely love to hear from you.
Yeah, please.
Tamara and Ryan, that was magnificent, most informative. I am truly inspired, and you've done a lot of preparatory work. I can't wait to hear and see the implementation of what you're intending to do. So you can consider this an open invitation to whatever you'd like to do in the within the hopefully brand called Bode Electrons. So it's an open invitation, please. I think we will have to move on. I have many questions, but perhaps we can create a little portal on the website, the tech website, where people would like to communicate with you can just drop a message or so.
Yeah, sure. That would
Thank
be
you
great.
so much. And back to programming, right? We need some results.
Thanks, sir.
Righto. Bye. Our concert number 5, pre-recorded concert, features 4 compositions. A composition by Matthias Lebuscher and a work by Marco Döttlinger. They are associated with the Mozarteum, University Mozarteum, both students of Professor Achim Bonhoeft. The central work or middle work is Dimitri Voudouris' Symplexy, and then we end the evening with Cameron Harris's Chorescape. There's a typo in the first work. Soundscope by Matthias Lebuscher is 16 minutes and 46 seconds, not 64 seconds. That was Soundscope by Matthias Leboucher, the first work on our evening concert program. The second work tonight is titled The Dream of Reason Produces Monsters. It is by Marco Duttlinger, also a student of Professor Achim Bornhöft's at the Mozarteum.
Okay, belong.
The first two works on tonight's program were Soundscope by...
You are still online. Yeah, you carry on.
The first two works on tonight's program were Soundscope by Matthias Lebuscher and The Dream of Reason Produces Monsters by Marco Duttlinger. We now move to two composers who are based in South Africa, Greece-born Dimitri Voudouris and his work Simplexi. That will be followed by Chorscape by Cameron Harris, and both the composers had an opportunity to speak about their work yesterday and during the course of today. We are loading Simplexi by Dimitri Voudouris and will be running within a couple of seconds. That was Simplexi by Dimitri Voudouris, the Johannesburg-based electroacoustic composer. The final work of this evening is Chorscape by Cameron Harris. That was the final work on our evening program, Chordscape by Cameron Harris. Thank you all for watching, thank you all for participating. We'll be continuing tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock with a conversation and performance involving Mia Tom and Meryl van Nooy. Good night.